Good evening, everyone. Try it again. Good evening, everyone. There we go. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguirles and Vanessa Pena Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. We're going to start with our agenda this evening. With a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we have agenda review and approval.
I move we approve the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Mr. Tab. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education meeting minutes from May 8th, 2025.
Move approval of the May 8th minutes. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment, but before we move to that, I want to pass it to Dr. Lewis for a quick statement.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, for this evening. Umstead. Good evening, board members, members of the public, those are in attendance, and definitely those that are watching. I just want to start by first sending my sincere gratitude to our Durham County Commissioners on last evening for their continued investment in Durham Public Schools in terms of investing in public education. I think this certainly is a true testament to their commitment to partner alongside of us to ensure that Durham Public Schools is a premier school system in this state and in this country. We certainly recognize and understand that there were tough decisions, there were competing values. I think all governmental entities are facing those similar challenges. But as I shared with them last night after the meeting, thank you for looking in the couches and elsewhere to find additional funding that they did provide us. So again, I just want to publicly thank, on behalf of Durham Public Schools, our scholars, our amazing staff and families, publicly thank our Durham County commissioners, the city manager, the entire finance team. It's a long process. But I really appreciate their support and investment in Durham Public Schools. Thank you. Yes. And yes, the county manager. Oh, I said city manager. Thank you. County manager, Claudia Hager, and congratulations to her on her very first budget as the true, not interim, but the true county manager. Thank you for that correction.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Board members, were there any comments on the budget? I too want to say thank you to our county commissioners. I was able to see the meeting last night and know they had a very arduous process as they were deciding where to put priorities. And so really appreciate them continuing to focus on Durham Public Schools. So grateful for that. And we'll have to do some work today with what they're making sure they're gifting us. So we'll have to see that a little bit later in our meeting. All right, the next.
Chair, I don't think it goes without saying that on top of last year's $27 million investment, this additional funding is really a historic amount of investment in our students in Durham. And so I know that people might be looking and thinking we're short of our board ask, we're short of the superintendent's recommendation, but when we bundle those two numbers together, it is profoundly such a strong investment in our children. So I just really also want to extend gratitude to the commissioners and them being unanimous in that vote for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Next, we'll move to general public comment. Before we get started, we'll do a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, state your name and the name of the organization. Second, our speakers are asked to present your comments within 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, and that will indicate that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to the public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and will consider your comments, but we do not engage in discussion with our speakers. So our first speaker will be Emma Goss, followed by Ray Solo. And please, if I mispronounce your names, please correct me when you get up to the podium. So we'll start with Emma Goss.
My name is Emma Goss. I'm a rising sophomore in the engineering program.
Emma, can you pull that microphone a little closer to you? We want to make sure that we can hear you. Perfect.
My name is Emma Goss. I'm a rising sophomore in the engineering program at Riverside. I've taken Latin and participated in Latin club since 6th grade. I hope to continue to participate in Latin all the way through high school. I chose Riverside because it's the only high school in this district that offers Latin. 2 weeks ago, we learned that the Latin program was going to be eliminated due to budget cuts. I'm here tonight to urge the board to reconsider this decision. Latin makes me a better student in all of my subjects. It makes me a better English reader, writer, and test taker, since so much of English is derived from Latin. And learning Latin history gives me a deeper understanding of global politics today. Participating in Latin Club has given me so many opportunities, like competing in statewide conventions and running for office. Riverside makes DPS look really good at Latin competitions. The top performing high schools are always the privates and charters, and Riverside. It's truly an award-winning program. Our Latin teacher is also the best. Magistralita has created a safe space for every student. Riverside is a huge school, and it's important for mental and emotional health to find your community within such a big setting. Because classes are on the small side, we're able to really connect with each other and with her. I appreciate that she knows me so well, and I want to do my best work for her. This matters to me. What language am I supposed to start now as a sophomore? Will I like the teacher? Will I find another extracurricular as meaningful as Latin Club? Will I still be competitive even if I can't have a level 4 or 5 language class on my college application? If I choose a different elective for next year, will I even be able to get in since registration closed months ago? This matters to the Latin community. We've already gotten more than 500 signatures on a petition that we created to save Latin. We've made flyers and brochures to recruit more students. We've sent dozens of messages to our school administration and to the DPS board, and several of us are here to speak tonight. The Latin program has taught us the kind of leadership skills that DPS tries to nurture. I urge you to reconsider eliminating the entire program, especially a program that doesn't exist anywhere else within DPS. Please, please save Latin at Riverside. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Next, we'll have Ray Solo, and then followed by, I think it's Cameron Aho. Cameron Aho.
Ray Solo, and very few people get the pronunciation right, but you've nailed it. Good evening, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And thank you for the amazing education that you've given my two sons, Peter, a graduating senior at Riverside, Charlie, a sophomore, also at Riverside. My oldest son, Peter, well, I'm here to advocate for the Latin program also. My oldest son, Peter, graduating from Riverside, has taken Latin since he was in middle school at Lakewood. And I am constantly amazed by his passion for a dead language. From the Friday morning JCL meetings to weekend-long Kritaman events, it's amazing how much he has gotten out of this program over these 4 years. Enough about me and my kids. A couple bullet points. I probably already know Latin is the root of 60% of all English vocabulary. Students who study Latin score higher on standardized tests and learn the Romance languages easier. And while no longer a prerequisite for an Ivy League education or medical profession or legal profession, Latin is a major benefit for all of these languages or professions. So finally, every year students at Lakewood, Excelsior, Voyager, Immaculata, and other middle schools are studying Latin and love it and wish to continue that in high school. With Riverside Latin program gone, their only options are going to be, Durham Academy or Cary Academy. And I really plead with you, give them an opportunity to stay with Durham Public Schools and continue to study what they love.
Following Cameron, we'll have Flynn Meadows, Melissa Lido, and Ellie Everett.
Hi, good evening. My name's Cameron Aho. Don't worry about the pronunciation. It was great. I'm 17. I'm a rising senior at Riverside High School. I'm also here to speak about the Latin program. It's, come to our attention relatively recently that we might be losing this program at Riverside, which is quite surprising and of great concern to me. Latin has been a keystone program for me. I came from a middle school education where I didn't have the chance to learn Latin. I actually learned Spanish, and I switched to Latin and fell in love with it. Latin has really improved my ability to do well in English class, as well as learn a fun language that I really highly value and has been an amazing part of my high school experience. Latin is important, and it really supports my growth as a student. Along with being a Latin student, I'm also the president of the Junior Classical League Riverside chapter, which, if you don't know, Junior Classical League is an organization that is nationally and state recognized. It was founded in 1963, and it promotes the understanding and learning of Greek and Latin and all the classics. Junior Classical League is a pretty big deal, especially in these circles. And Riverside, like Emma said, constantly places quite high up, which is pretty surprising given that we are a public school dealing with a lot of private schools that have a higher up, a step up in terms of Latin education. During my, as being a member and the president, we have won many, many awards. We've won third place as a school. We have won multiple Curtamen or Quiz Bowl finishes in the top three, including a novice state championship my sophomore year, along with other championships. And we have, at this year alone, over 30 top 5 awards across art competitions to athletics. All of these things have shaped who I am and how I participate in my community. And I fear that if they're gone, which will happen if Latin is removed from Riverside, I, along with many others, will struggle with the loss of this really valuable program. I understand that these sacrifices must be made, but this program is more important and is really quite valuable to my education and to my peers. I just urge you to reconsider the removal of this program because it's something that I personally hold very dearly, and I know many other students hold very close to them. I really hope that we can see a positive outcome for the future of the Latin program at Riverside. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Riverside Latin program this evening. So I graduated from the Riverside Latin program in 2022. So it should tell you something when 3 years down the road, when my former Latin teacher called me at lunch today during my lunch break and asks me to speak on behalf of this program, that I don't hesitate. And I don't hesitate because this is a program that really deeply matters to me. And it matters to me because it made a difference for me. You see, the Latin program at Riverside provides a sense of belonging for kids who don't really fit in anywhere else. This is a niche that is really unique to the Latin program. And the sense of community fostered there. It's really special, and I certainly benefited from it. You know, if Latin was a tree, it's the Latin program at Riverside. Its branches and its roots would extend far beyond just the fence posts of Riverside High School and the boundaries of Durham County. Just last summer, I was taking a trip to New York, and I ran into a fellow Riverside Latin alum, and we actually spoke at length about the Latin program and what it did for us. So for me, Latin was more than just a way to fill up my schedule. It was more than just an alternative to French or Spanish. It really was a way for me to meet unique people and create unique experiences and make connections that will stay with me for as long as I, continue to breathe on this world. So I ask you to do everything in your power to please save Latin for Durham, save Latin for Riverside, and save Latin for the students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lido, pronounced as such. I am Melissa Lido, she, her, the Latin teacher that they speak about. I've been in my position at Riverside for 13 years, almost half of my teaching career, over half of my teaching career, and almost half the time that the school has been open. During this time, I've built a thriving award-winning Latin program that we're now at risk of losing. If we were an animal, we would be on the endangered species list and work to protect and save it. Riverside is the only high school in DPS that offers Latin, where students can continue after middle school. Latin at Riverside is a unique offering that means we gain students who might otherwise go elsewhere. I did some calculations. I'm a Latin teacher, not a math teacher, so this was a stretch for me. 80% of middle school students who come to Riverside continue their studies through the upper levels 3 and over. Over the past 3 years, 40% of Latin 1 students have continued into Latin 3, and 35% of Latin 1 students have continued all the way to Latin 4, 5, or AP. And these percentages are higher than any other language offered at the school, not to throw my colleagues under the bus. As a queer identifying teacher, many LGBTQIA+ students have found a place and a home in the Latin program. The Latin program does extend its reach beyond the walls of the school by participation in the North Carolina Junior Classical League, where we have brought home a trophy for winning state competition for 13 years. And the last time I stood before this board, which was in 2018, we were recognized for winning first place. Also, every year, students take the National Latin exam and always receive awards of distinction. I am the only teacher at Riverside who provides opportunities for students to participate in international travel, Italy, Spain, France, Costa Rica, Greece, where they receive authentic learning experiences. My purpose here is to shine a light on the last high school Latin program in our district and to say that it is a program worth saving, a program that supports outstanding scores on ACT and SAT tests, participates in community outreach, offers a place for many LGBTQIA+ students, wins state and national awards, a program that has produced medical professionals, engineers, teachers, activists, and generally well-rounded human beings, which you probably know from all the emails that graduates have been sending you. Surely the answer is to cultivate our one remaining high school Latin program and perhaps even grow one at the middle schools which feed Riverside. The power to save this program is in the hands of the board. In closing, I'll share the following message from a parent who wanted to comment tonight but couldn't get off work. Through studying Latin and participating in Junior Classical League, my graduating senior has not only learned a language, but acquired language learning skills, improved his English vocabulary, and gotten more comfortable with Spanish, his grandmother's native tongue. Studying Latin has helped his academic writing, which gave him an edge on his college applications.
Last but not least, Ellie Everett.
Hi, my name is Ellie Everett, and I'm a rising sophomore at Riverside. I love Latin, which in 6th grade was not something I thought I would ever say about a dead language, but it's true, and it is so helpful despite what the non-believers might think. In my English 1 class, we would get a new vocabulary list of 15 words every Monday. I found that while I might not have heard the words before, I could get a sense of what a lot of them meant just from my knowledge of Latin words. And it's not just English. When I see a sentence in Spanish or in French, I can usually pull out a few words and get a basic understanding of them. In addition to its helpfulness in school, Latin has made its way into my everyday life. My 75-year-old papa took Latin when he was in high school in the 1960s. When I'm at his house way out in the country, we'll sit on his porch eating M&Ms and he'll say esse quam vadere or some other Latin phrase while I tell him what it means, and it makes both of us really happy. And finally, if we lose Latin, we lose one of the most welcoming programs at Riverside High School. Miss Lito's walls are covered in Latin posters, floor to ceiling. It's awesome. I once sent my mom a video in the Latin trailer, and she responded with, "What class is that?" And I said Latin, and then she said, "That classroom looks really homey," because it does, which sets it apart from a lot of the other classes at Riverside, and that's really important to me because it feels like there's a real effort being made to help us learn. To an outsider, it may seem like the world won't end if Riverside loses its Latin program, but to us, it means so much. That's why we're here at the beginning of summer vacation fighting for it. And also, I want to say, I remember a lot of you from voting for you last year at Lakewood, so I just want to say it's really cool to be here. So thank you all so much for everything you do, and thank you for your time.
With that, it concludes our public comment. Thank you all. We also love hearing our student speakers, so thank y'all for coming and for your advocacy. All right, the next item on our agenda, we have our consent items. We have items A through H on our agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda, items A through H. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the strategic plan update. We have priority 5, building our future strategic plan. Pass it to Dr. Lewis, who might pass it to his team. Just waiting for the team to file in. We'll kick it off with Mr. Teeter.
Okay, good evening, Chair Umstead, board members, Dr. Lewis. We are pleased to be in front of you this evening with DPS Strategic Goal number 5 plan update. And as you can see, quite a team has assembled. And so we'll be carrying you through sub goals 5A through 5D with various folks presenting on those items. And so with me tonight is also Kenneth Barnes, Interim Chief Operating Officer for Durham Public Schools, and 3 members of his team. And so we have Eva Howard with Safety and Security with us, Lori Blake Reed from Operations, and Michal Lynch also here from Operations. And they will present the various sections until you get to 5D, and then I'll be representing that subsection of the presentation. If we want to move to the next slide. Just a reminder of the district's vision, mission, and core beliefs, and if we'll keep progressing through the presentation to the next slide. Just a reminder of the goals, and we're touching on goal 5 tonight, to conduct business administration and operation functions responsibly and equitably. If we'll move to the next slide. And so then we get to the various goals, and so on the next slide, we'll start with goal 5A. And then I'll call on my colleague, Michal Lynch.
Thank you, Jeremy. Michal Lynch with Operations Services. And sorry, I'm just trying to focus on the screen. So the team as represented there are myself and co-leads, and then other members of the team, some of whom are here this evening. Next slide, please. So this then is a report based on the previous year's report with updates. So we talk about what's in place currently, what's in progress, and of course, next steps. And as described, I can run through these briefly if you'd like. We have all the facilities utilizing low VOC or volatile organic compound cleaning solutions. HVAC equipment is listed by replacement priority order, which helps us keep ahead of all of that. 98% of all facilities will be equipped with HVAC monitoring remote systems, which again allows us keep a sharper focus on those issues. We note about the opening of Murray Massenburg Elementary School. We also note the ESSER funds, federal funds, which it closed out end of last calendar year, December 31st, funded various HVAC capital improvement projects. Those were completed. And then safety and security and emergency management initiatives and resources, for which we have an additional slide, and I'll defer to my colleague Eva Howard to give you that update at this point.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, I'm Eva Howard, Executive Director of Safety and Security. Ways that safety and security and emergency management, our initiatives and resources contribute to the strategic plan. We
Ms.
offer
Howard,
school.
1 second. Can we go to the next slide?
Thank you. We have school resource officers who are assigned to our middle and high schools. We foster a relationship with our Durham County Sheriff's Office. We have physical security systems. This includes our access control systems, secure vestibules and badges secure systems, state-of-the-art camera systems. We also have emergency communication systems such as our intercoms, emergency radios, and mass notification tools. We have a robust emergency management program, and we also have a district emergency communication or emergency operations plan, our EOP, and this is reviewed and updated annually. We have regular required safety drills. This includes our fire drills, lockdown drills, evacuation and severe weather drills, and this is also guided by North Carolina General Statute. We work closely with student services and work with our behavioral threat assessment teams. We foster partnerships, as mentioned, with local law enforcement and emergency services. We also have anonymous reporting tools. This includes 2 anonymous tip systems. This is Sandy Hook Say Something and Motorola Text a Tip. These systems are monitored 24/7, 365 days a year. And I'll also offer some data related to the tip systems on the next slide. We have safety training for staff and students. This includes CPR, first aid, and situational awareness exercises. We're continually researching and evaluating security measures that have the potential to enhance our existing infrastructure. As time change and trends evolve, we have security strategies must adapt accordingly to remain effective and responsive, while also actively exploring grant opportunities to help support and fund ongoing security improvement efforts. Next slide. Of our tip systems, as of last week, we received 258 tips, and this is through both systems. Our top concerns are threats of violence, substance abuse concerns, bullying, self-harm concerns, and employee complaints. Of those tips, 18 were received through our elementary schools, 41 through our middle schools, 176 through our high schools and specialty schools, and then non-DPS sites and admin sites, 22. Many tips submitted are after hours and on weekends, which reinforces the need for 24/7 reporting access and responsive supportive teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And I'll ask to go back to the previous screen +1 to just update you on the previous screen again, please. So then continuing with goal 5A, beyond what Eva has mentioned with that extended piece on safety and security, in progress, we then note about the HVAC capital improvement and planned projects using ARPA funding, which again is a federal grant monitored through the county. We, of course, have the facility conditions assessment, which brings with it the learning environmental guidelines that FCA brings us a reckoning of all the deferred maintenance across the system. And we've, I know, presented on that in detail before. And it gives us a significant tool to be able to plan and define those future capital project needs. Renovation and or replacement of several playgrounds are underway with various funding sources, and those are current. And under state-funded programs, the Clean Classrooms for Carolina Kids to improve environmental issues, investigate and resolve. Then the final part of this slide is the next steps, where we identify funding to support the goals of safe and healthy environments across the board to meet with this goal, supporting the whole child, and of course, planning for implementation of a 10-year capital improvement plan, which of course evolves from the FCA legs study to get to that CIP plan. That completes the presentation on this slide, and I'll defer to my colleagues for the next one. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Lewis. I'm Kenneth Barnes, and I will be presenting Goal 5B tonight. I have Mr. Joe Harris here with me. Goal 5B states that by 2028, 90% of DPS students who ride district buses will have on-time arrival to and from school. Even with the challenge that we faced in the fall of this year, I believe we will get back on track to meet this goal by 2028. We are adjusting our bus routes to have shorter ride times, and most of our buses will drive within a region next year. Next slide, please. What do we have in place? We are currently assessing our routing for accuracy. We're also reviewing bus ridership for accuracy with students who have chosen to receive transportation from DPS. In progress, we continue to improve service and efficiency of bus routes to support the Growing Together initiative. We're also fully implementing the behind-the-wheel driver training program. In addition, we continue to recruit and retain transportation employees. Our next steps are to plan, coordinate, review, and review the implementation process of school bus stops and routes. Evaluate all district-supported programs, including those with MOUs for efficiency, and continue to work with district and school-level administrators to validate student ridership data to improve route efficiency. Jim Collins states in his book, Good to Great, that all organizations have to hire people. If you want to be a good organization, you hire good people. If you want to be a great organization or department, you hire good people and make sure they're working in the right position and working on the right work. Over the past 5 months, Joe Harris, Tony Leak, Tammy Phillips, Victoria Pagan, and I have worked hard to make sure the transportation department has the right people in the right positions doing the right work. I am confident that if we continue to work in this direction, we will have a transportation department that Durham Public Schools expects and one that our community demands. Thank you.
So greetings and good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Lewis, DPS Cabinet, Lori Blake Reed here today to present on the strategic plan, Priority 5, Goal 5C, which reads, by 2028, DPS will increase K-12 student enrollment to achieve 100% utilization of seat capacity at all school levels, approximately 35,000 students. So what strategies will be used to increase student enrollment? Well, currently in place, we have the Growing Together elementary boundaries and program changes that are in effect for our elementary schools. Could we please roll to the next slide? Thank you. So the Growing Together Student Assignment Plan provides community outreach and engagement activities for incoming families and markets. These activities through social media, websites, and newsletters. Our next measure that is in place is our strategic marketing activities and events that are held at school and district levels to include the Showcase of Schools to highlight the many wonderful options that DPS offers. We also had the new Murray Massenburg Elementary School that opened in 2024. And prior to that, we had the new Northern High School, which opened in 2023. Our strategic measures that are in progress, we have the implementation of the secondary phase of the Growing Together Student Assignment Plan. This part of the plan focuses on middle and high schools, creating an infrastructure and enrollment and a system of accountability. We're also developing a library of marketing tools and materials, including 17 videos to highlight DPS offerings. This will be in collaboration with, will be done in collaboration with our Office of Public Affairs. The phase construction for Glenn Elementary School and the Durham School of the Arts is an ongoing project. Also, we have the interim facility for the inaugural class of the Health Sciences Early College High School, which is also under construction, a renovation project that is designed to house about 200 additional students. A permanent site will later land on Durham Tech Community Campus, and that will eventually serve 400 students and will be completed in the next 2 to 3 years. There's also a long-range enrollment forecast to inform the capital improvement plan. This will look at what is likely to happen with student enrollment over the next 10 years to include market share and charter enrollment. And a highlight for this goal that's in progress is our student enrollment increased for the fiscal year FY 24-25 by 157 students, from 31,031 students to 31,188 students. Our next steps for Goal 5C is to audit marketing efforts and develop comprehensive marketing plans for each of our programs. We will do this by evaluating data for outreach and engagement and collaborate with schools to develop marketing plans. We're also planning for the physical expansion of the pre-K programs to welcome families early on to Durham Public Schools. Over the next 5 years, this team will work to develop data-driven strategies to increase enrollment in the neighborhood at the neighborhood level. And last, our new student assignment working group will monitor and plan for adjustments to boundaries and school programs. So in closing, this team, many and all that are here with me today, if you all saw the previous slide, in closing, this team will continue the work to increase student enrollment using quality marketing measures, community engagement, and student programming, and provide Durham families with the best information and educational opportunities for all students. Next, we will hear from Mr. Teeter with an update on Goal 5D.
Thank you. We can, all right, perfect. We're there. So 5D says that by 2028, DPS will fully integrate business modernization, including payroll, HR, IT, and finance systems to align district strategic objectives and business administrative and operational needs. It's a lot. And so on the next slide, we sort of provide a snapshot of what progress Durham has made and where we've got to go and sort of what are our stretch goals in the longer term. In the current environment, we have migrated our accounts payable system, our budget system, our fixed asset system, general ledger, purchasing and warehouse functions from the legacy AS400 system to the new system. And these were sort of the initial throws in an effort that started statewide in 2021 for districts to begin to migrate away from these legacy systems and move to web-based, cloud-based systems. In the near future, we will be looking to migrate child nutrition services, our modules through which we interact with onboarding employees, our HR processes, payroll, position control, and time and attendance. In the shortest order will be our payroll system that will move next. And we have a target of the new payroll system to go live with the January payroll. This allows us time to really plan that out well, to test it vigorously, and to make sure that it's going to work. And so with that timetable, October, November, and December, the payroll will be processed in the old system and in the new system to make sure that the results mirror one another and that we have got absolute certainty that the new system will process it correctly. And so just wanted to stress how much legwork we're putting into the build up for that, just recognizing how much that impacts our day-to-day lives here. Our child nutrition team has been evaluating what their options are in terms of their software solutions and how they might pair things up to integrate with our software. And so we're looking forward to hearing what recommendations they have for how they'd like to move forward. In the HR world, they have a little more breathing room. The current software that they use keeps getting an extension on when it will sunset. And so as of right now, the software that Ms. Hager's team uses will not sunset until 2028. So we have time to perfect the payroll product and then make sure that we can have that same degree of scrutiny for the HR product. And it's exactly how we would like it to be before her team comes on board with that. The time and attendance component of that will move the same time as payroll. And that's just the system that our employees use to clock in and out. And we'll make sure, and it's going to go through that same level of scrutiny where we'll be running 2 timekeeping systems at some pilot sites to make sure that those behave appropriately before it goes live. And then in the longer term, our stretch goals are to limit the amount of software, particularly that our school treasurers are accessing at the school level. In our current climate, due to where we are in conversion, our school treasurers are accessing 3 different softwares. They're using one software, Syllogist, to access the funds that we've allotted to them from the district level. They're using school funds online to access the funds that they have generated through fundraising and managing field trip fees and things of that nature. And then they're using our legacy system to keep up with teachers and other employees for payroll purposes. So we know that in January, we'll have them down to 2 systems, and then our goal would be to have them down to 1 by eventually moving away from the school fund software and having their school level funds managed in Syllogist like their district level funds. Another sort of long-term goal for us is a receivables function. And so just meaning when the district has invoiced someone on the outside for money that's due to Durham, or if we have interdepartmental billing that's going on in the district, we've billed a school for a field trip, we've billed a school for postage or something of that nature, we have a much more comprehensive solution that's built into our software to help us manage that rather than manual processes that we currently have on the side. So very quick overview of our environment with our software and where our business systems are moving. That's the conclusion of our goals.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter and team. Thank y'all for being here this afternoon and for the presentation. Board members, questions, comments? Start with Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the presentation. This is for Mrs. Howard. I wanted to touch on the safety and security, please. And thank you so much. You gave information about the anonymous tip line.
Yes.
Where and when does that data start? Because you said it was 227 tips.
Yes, the
So-
start of the school year up until last week.
Okay, so it starts at the very beginning of the school year when the
Yes.
students, first day when students come, it's already set.
Yes,
It's
that's right.
working. Okay.
And it's ongoing, but I just took a snapshot just from the school year. But it's outside of school hours, over vacation break. It's active 24/7, 365 days a year.
And we see that the tips for this school year, is there a comparison to the previous school year?
I
Or-
can gather that information for sure.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. And the next question would be in terms of looking at other technology enhancing for security. I know you talked about that you're all going to start working on that. What is a timeline that we can get information about costs for especially our high schools and middle schools?
So that research is ongoing, and I've gathered that information. I have that information now, but just continuing to look at various options. So whenever it's decided, those options are always being explored. I can get that information.
I would
Depending
love,
on what the options are.
I don't know about the rest of the board chair, but I would love to start looking at maybe the cost of that. Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, and in addition to the research that the team is doing, they're also researching, new technology. We're always
That's
thinking
right.
about safety. What
Mhm.
else can we do to ensure that our staff and scholars are safe? In addition to that research, they're also researching funding sources as well, so we can identify funding sources. Because what we don't want to do is present a proposal to this board about, or this community about, X enhancement for safety and not have the funding to support that as well. So in addition to the research on, additional measures that we can take to ensure safety in all of our buildings, we're also researching funding sources and grants.
Right. And so once I can get that information, then I can generate some questions to you way ahead of time so that when it comes to us, you would have already had the questions that I probably have for safety and security.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any additional questions? Ms. Byer?
Just gratitude for everyone that is on this team. I think when we did the strategic plan, I may have jokingly put this at the end as the fifth priority because it is the functioning, the day-to-day stuff. But nothing happens. We don't have school without everything that you all are doing. And so just so much gratitude for your work, your planning together, your openness to new ideas, and your willingness to shift and be nimble with the transportation crisis, with all that entailed. Y'all are just like so critical behind the scenes, and we don't thank you enough. So I just wanted to express gratitude to you all. Stuff keeps breaking, HVACs keep breaking, and y'all keep fixing it and moving those things forward for students. I think I heard that some of our gyms were out today, and lots of schools have broken stuff, but I appreciate all of y'all's teamwork. One thing that I'd gotten asked in the community that I thought you might clarify is where the location for Durham Early College for Health Sciences. I thought that was a temporary site out in Research Triangle Park. Is that true, Ms. Blake Reed?
Yes, that is correct. And it is a renovation project. We are upfitting an existing facility.
At Durham Tech, or the longer term will be on the Tech campus?
The
or-
longer term will be on the Durham Tech campus. Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So they're at like a Moore Drive facility or something
yes,
41
yes.
Moore Drive.
41 more drive.
And we're going to be transporting kids out there, and it's going to be great. It's just new next year, right? So I'm excited.
All of the transportation folks are nodding their heads. Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank y'all so much. I
Thank
really,
you.
really appreciate it, and appreciate the ways that y'all are leading us forward. Thanks.
Ms. Chavez?
All right. Thank you so much for this presentation. I wanted to reiterate a couple things that I've already said, which is that I would just love to see more data and how we're measuring up with our benchmark goals. And I want to also say I appreciate the additional data on the anonymous tip line. I was struck by the fact that self-harm is listed as number one. And Ms. Howard, is that in order of, or is it just the top 5, or is it in order of
So
prevalence?
it was just the top 5. That's not the number one, but those were the top 5 concerns or tips that we receive.
Okay. I thought that was illuminating, that, so I'll have to think on it more. But yeah, definitely. I think a lot of times we think about violence as outward, which many times it is, but it can be also inward.
Right.
So thank you. And then I wanted to touch a bit on, which one was this, around marketing? C, is this C? Yeah, 5C. So too many tabs open. Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to say that I want to support really aggressive marketing as we go forward. I love the social media posts about all the scholarships our students are, graduating students are receiving. I think it's very powerful. So I hope we will continue to showcase our positive outcomes. I think we do that well. I just want to also say I hope we will continue to do that. And my hope is also that there's a lot of collaboration on this piece for, the very small communications department that works very hard because DPS does offer the best in rigorous academics and diversity that reflects the real world, and we have to be competitive in this market. So, so I just wanted to say that. And then with our student enrollment goal, I did want to note our benchmark goal is a bit higher for this year than we've achieved. I'm glad we're increasing, but I have this in my mind. That's, you know, we set these goals for a reason. The goal for this year is 31,790 students for 24-25. You know, I think we just want to continue to support and keep our eye on that. So I guess there wasn't a real question in there, but thank you for standing up and being available. And my last quick question is about is for Mr. Teeter. Child Nutrition Services will decide on their software program. I was just wondering when.
Right, so I know that Mr. Keaton, someone else on Mr. Keaton's staff had been handling that work, and he's sort of picked up responsibility for looking at those. And we've talked about a couple of different options, and he's asked sort of about my experience interfacing with those in other districts, and I've, you know, offered my opinion on that. They have not made a selection yet, and so we'll have to, what we have right now is still working and it's still interfacing, so we've got some time to get it right. So I would imagine by next school year, so not this one that's about to open, but the one after, we'll be at a place for that, because there are a couple of pieces to it, right? So they've got a point of sale system that they use at the school level for when students are coming through the lunch line to provide their lunch number, or to buy other things. And then there's a separate system that's behind the background that handles the ordering and inventorying. And so the goal is to make sure that they have a product that can handle everything and not try to have two separate pieces, and making sure it's one that works. Because we've seen some districts make changes that have not worked well, and so we're trying to be very intentional about that, like we are about our payroll transition. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That I appreciate that. It just seemed important, you know, I don't know how it fits with all the other changes we made in our child nutrition area, but I'm sure that it it does fit in together. And then the overall message I hear from that, you know, kind of syncing our systems together and hopefully creating one is improvements in efficiency. So that's what I'm hoping we'll hear more about as the years go by and those systems are synced up. So thank you.
Just wanted to add a couple of things. One on the anonymous tip summary, just to reiterate with the board and the community that every last one of those tips are taken extremely seriously. And there's community resources that often go into some of these anonymous tips. So for example, if there's a threat of school violence, you know, we just don't wait until the student comes to school the next day and question the student. There is law enforcement involved, and sometimes home visits are conducted as well. And again, you know, you've heard Eva receive a recognition here, but I just want to again commend her and her staff. I don't think she ever sleeps. So sometimes those tips come in at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and she's on it. You know, I just had a conversation with a principal about, they were saying that they reached out to Eva. It was late after hours. I don't know why they were up, but they were expecting Eva to respond the next morning, and she responded instantaneously. So that just goes to show you that we have staff that it's readily available when there's a see something, say something tip come in. Please know that we are on that immediately. And then on the marketing as well, marketing is not just up to one department. It's a entire school system, entire community. And there's a lot of great things that are going on in terms of marketing. You know, there are some things that we're doing with our 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in our daycare centers and giving them backpacks to encourage them to come to Durham Public Schools. But sometimes that's too late. Sometimes families already have made up their mind where their child is going. And so as soon as they come into this world, we also have an opportunity for them. Maria, do you mind sharing that?
Yes, thank you. So the superintendent is referring to a program that we started with some of our earliest prospective students, our newborns. We have a program in the community called Family Connects. It's where nurses and other advocates visit the parents of newborn children and bring them information, counsel them on things like nursing and whatnot. But we connected with them and we created a really cute little onesie. I wish I had it with me, but it says future DPS grad, and we give that to them with a little brochure about our school district and all of the programs that we have to offer, because we know that even before people become parents, when they're even thinking about becoming parents, they're often already thinking about where their children are going to go to school. And so we want them to know that we have a home for them and it's a great home. And we're excited to welcome them. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Cardon.
Thanks so much to Priority 5 team. Y'all are amazing and keep everything running here smoothly at DPS. So thank you for being here tonight and for all of the work that you do. I have 3 main questions, each for a different person. The first one is for Mr. Lynch. I'm excited to see all of the work being done towards Goal 5A. And a number of the actions that DPS is taking to support environmental sustainability. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on what it would take for our district to have a climate action plan. And I'm asking for a few different reasons. One, there's been advocacy, as we know, from our students and from our community about this. 2, our resolution from 2021 states that we'll have an action plan, among other things. And then also the city and county have their own sustainability and climate related action plans. So it feels like this is something that might make sense, but I wanted to know from you, what would be the barriers to this, or what might that look like here for our district?
Thank you. Marvelous question. With some of the recent projects completed and ongoing, there was adopted some certain programs that are headed in that direction, be it LEAD or Fit Well or Well. These are different systems or goal set systems that head us in that direction. So those either are in completed projects or projects current that have been current before myself and some of my colleagues got here. So I certainly think it's a very timely opportunity to evaluate that, which we ought to be doing ongoing, but it's certainly timely with your question to look at those, evaluate across those different systems, how they are heading in that direction strategically, and to be mindful of that as we evaluate future needs, both in whether it's deferred maintenance, smaller renovations, larger renovations, and of course the larger capital projects. So we'd certainly be happy to look at that in a broader strategic manner and come back to you with some thoughts on that. And certainly giving you a temperature take, if that's not the wrong phrase, on where we are on those programs that were in baked into the recently completed major capital projects.
Thank you for that. And I think part of my interest is, I know that we're doing so much more than we're even aware, the board is even aware of, related to sustainability. But I'm wondering the extent to which it might be coordinated via a plan, or that would outline, here's all the things, like here's our goals and here's our plans for the next few years, all in one place, instead of what feels like it's a little bit piecemeal. But is that just my perception of what?
No, absolutely. And I see my colleague Laurie coming up, who's been working on some of this separately. But certainly, I suppose that's what I was trying to get to. The coordination of all of that is the vital part to get to that answer. But I'll defer to Laurie for some other details.
So yes, our sustainability team, they are working in collaboration with the city and the county to look at what a plan for Durham Public Schools would look like, what a sustainability plan, what a climate action plan would look like. Mr. DJ Lynch, Dollison Lynch, I know he's upset with me to saying that, but Mr. DJ Lynch is leading that effort on our behalf, and again, working alongside. He has already highlighted and outlined a bulleted plan. As you know, as you create energy sustainability plan, there are budget implications, there are planning implications, and he is working on what that total picture will look like for Durham Public Schools. We are, for anyone that's listening outside of here, also trying to research to understand would it make sense for Durham Public Schools to collaborate with the city and the county on their sustainability plans. So we're looking at all of those possibilities.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. That's
Yes,
really
ma'am.
exciting. Should we expect to hear more about that in a few months then?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. And my next question is actually for you, Miss Blake Reed. I was wondering, so thinking about the, I can't remember, it might be 5B, but about enrollment updates.
Yes,
Um,
5C. Yes, ma'am.
5C, sorry.
Mhm.
So I was wondering, I'm curious to know, I think it is the case that we'll receive an enrollment update in the fall again, a more robust enrollment update in the fall, both to see, like, continue to see how close we are to reaching this goal, but also to see where things are with growing together with regards to implementation and enrollment in each of our schools as we shift things with the secondary rollout. So I didn't know if you wanted to speak a little bit to when the board should expect to receive more information about that.
Yes, I would like to first thank you for that question and defer to my great team, if I could call Mr. Vitaly Radsky up to speak on that. He was so excited to do that. Thank you so much. Talented.
Good evening. So about enrollment updates, there's two kind of main types of enrollment projections. So one is like the annual projections, and that's more driving allotments and how resources are allotted to schools. And that's based on day 40 numbers, month 2 membership last day numbers that that Research and Accountability and the NCDPI release each year. So we can't really give you enrollment updates until those numbers are released each year. You know, they do release like day 20 numbers, like month 1, so we could do it at the end of September. Is how we did it last year for an enrollment update, and we can also do like basically the beginning of November for a day 40 update, which is kind of the official numbers. And then there's also the long range forecast. So, you know, currently we're working on the long range forecast. Of course, it's not an enrollment update, but, you know, long range forecast, we'll have it this summer. And every year we do a long range forecast that looks like 10 years ahead and kind of looks at, you know, based on past trends, what can we expect in terms of enrollment in the district?
Thank you. That's super helpful. And I don't know, is that something that, so the plan would be to provide the day 40 or the month 2 update to the board, unless the board indicates otherwise, is that?
Yeah, that's the plan last year. Like I said, I think we did one in September, end of September for a day 20 update. So we can do that if you want. But it takes a few, like day 20 happens and then it takes like Research and Accountability has to put together that data. So it takes like a week or 2 for them to put that together and then we can give the update. Same thing for day 40. So day 40 is usually the end of October. So the earliest would be like the beginning of November for day 40 or the end of September for day 20.
Thank you. And recognizing that more data is not always better if there's not a reason to have more data, I'm wondering, and also if it's a burden, from your perspective, what's the difference in the 20 to the 40? Or like, what would you expect to see there? Or is there any, would there be any reason for us to see day 20 data? Or do things change significantly between those two from your experience? Or?
I mean, they changed a little bit, not like a lot, not substantial. I think usually day 40 is a little bit higher for us the last couple of years, and it's been, I think from what I know, I'm not an expert on this, but like that's kind of what finance uses it. That's like what the kind of we use as the official for enrollment projections and for like finance and stuff. So day 40 is kind of like the most official from what I know, and day 20 is just like a progress check for that.
So I'd want to add, though, we made lots of decisions based on day 20 data. So if you're going to choose one, you would want day 20 data because that's what's going to drive allotments, FTEs, reconciliation of staffing. So that is kind of the data that where the rubber meets the road, if you will. The other data is certainly important and certainly informative because it might suggest to us that there is, a trend afoot in terms of students who were enrolled in on the 20th day who did not, persist through the 40th day. But the day 20 data is the bee's knees, as they say.
Thank you. That's super helpful. Okay. I have one more question and then maybe we might talk about that more. My last question is for Mr. Barnes. I was wondering when we should expect to see some data related to the goal about on-time arrivals to and from schools and what that could look like for the board.
I have the data that you have been receiving in previous years. And so in 2023-24, the goal was 83%. We were at 86%. The goal for this year was 86%, and we're at 91.6. Caveat to that is not the on time to and from school information. So actually the data you've been receiving for the previous years is the efficiency number from DPI. So Mr. White, your new executive director for auxiliary services, his first task is to help create an instrument that would give us the on-time to and from school information that is in 5B, okay? So unfortunately, the numbers reflect the efficiency from DPI, but not on time to and from school. We are capable of giving you information about which bus is arriving to which school on a daily basis. We just don't have an instrument that would give us that data for the entire school year. So we're working on that. And I hope with Mr. Vitale's help that we will have that information or have a program in place that will give you that data on a daily basis or weekly basis or a monthly basis, but we don't have that in place at this time.
Thank you so much. It sounds like that's really helpful and it sounds like there's some really positive movement. So thanks.
Mr. Barnes, don't go nowhere. Can you tell us the difference between what we're asking for in the strategic plan on on-time arrivals and the efficiency data that comes from DPI? Why are those two things different?
So DPI is going to look at, so the reason that the number went up this year is because we did not have as many buses and bus drivers taking kids to and from school each day. So DPI looks and said, well, you're taking 16,000 kids to school with fewer buses than you had last year. And so it looks like our efficiency number went up, and it did, okay? But that's not what you asked for in Go 5B. Okay, 5B, you asked me for the percentage of kids that are going to and from school on time. And so that's not data that has been tracked in DPS in the past. That has always been the efficiency number from DPI that you have been given, okay? So, so it looks like we improved this year, but you and I both know that our bus service was not where we wanted to be this school year. So we didn't go from 86 to 91 with getting kids to school and home on time.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Harrell?
Yeah, again, it's just another piggyback off of the last statement. I'm just wondering, so is part of the plan to begin to find, because I said I heard, I'm trying to understand, so we don't have the instrument yet to track that kind of data. So are we getting ourselves prepared for that?
Yeah, I stated that Mr. White's first goal as the auxiliary director is to help me come up with a tool that we can use to do that. And I suspect with 145 bus routes to 3 different levels of school each day and 180 days of school. And that is going to be a big task. And so I'm a math teacher, but I'm not a programmer. And so it may take getting some extra help in order to be able to create that tool for us. Yes. So but we will get it. It's just a matter of making sure that we are tracking what we're asking, and what we've been getting for the last few years is not what you're asking for. You've been given efficiency and not on time to and from school.
I really appreciate you explaining that, and highlighting those differences for me.
I think it's important for you to have the correct data when you're making decisions, okay? And so the efficiency number is not the on time to and from school. And so we're going to get that for you, and so you can make better decisions.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer, you gonna ask about the efficiency numbers too? Okay, I'll wait.
You can jump in there. So it seems like transportation efficiency and how we get paid are some of the most complicated things of North Carolina school finance. I'm looking for Mr. Teeter to, yes, nod. And I just wonder if we can be, I think I'm clear that we do have to report that number, track that number. That's not bad data. It's not misinformation. It's just different than what's in our strategic plan goal. Is that, okay. And it's been a long time since we'd have had a primer on how we do transportation efficiency, how we get paid, how we maximize our reimbursement. Maybe in a future meeting, it might be helpful for all of us to just be reminded of some of that complexity. Mr. Teeter, maybe the complexity of the ADM and how enrollment determines what we get paid, kind of things. Like, I know maybe it's in dollars and decisions, but I think I could always use a refresher. So I'm just putting that out there for future, as y'all are leading us through these very strange pieces of data that matter in some aspects of how we get paid and also are different in our strategic plan, right? Does that make any sense, Ms. Umstead? Is that like, I don't know. Yeah. And maybe it's different than Kansas. So maybe Dr. Lewis has had all these refreshers, but North Carolina is weird in so many ways, right? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Right there, Mr. Barnes, because I really appreciate you naming the difference and naming the data we were getting isn't what we were looking for. Is it efficiency also tied to dollars? Right? Okay, I think that's what Ms. Byer was getting at, but maybe didn't explain explicitly. Okay. Yeah. So efficiency, can you talk a little bit about how that efficiency connects? I don't know if there's an expert in the room on that or high level.
It is a really complicated process that
Okay.
DPI has for that. And so I can get that information to you. I can get the formula that they use, but it is not easy to follow. But yes, it is tied to the money that we get in transportation.
The more efficient, the more dollars we potentially can receive from DPI. I see Joe getting up. I don't know. That's a real high level. It's like, that's very simple.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, that is correct. So there's a lot of different pieces that put together the actual funding itself. We look at the number of students we transport, how many buses we use to transport those students, how many miles, and it also looks at the counties with the likeness of as far as enrollment and what they transport, and then that's put into the funding formula, and that's how our funding for the year is composed. That is not always students, mileage, buses, there's a lot of different things that play into that formula itself. But yes, we can get that information together to be able to get to you.
That's helpful. I think it's helpful to know, while it might be more efficient for DPI, it didn't actually mean that more kids were getting to school on time, although it also meant that we may have got more money from DPI, some potentially. And so I think, continue to wrestle with how do we make sure kids get to school on time, even if it doesn't mean it's the most efficient according to DPI.
Correct.
So I appreciate y'all kind of tag teaming on that. I do also hope, if Mr. White is working on this, that we also open up the door for if there needs to be a different goal. Because there are people way smarter than me and programmers and folks who probably have some GPS tracking that could help figure this out. But also if it is, cost prohibitive or something like that, is there a different goal that we need to have and look at that for the future? So I welcome that kind of feedback from the administration on the right thing for this goal.
It may be a future goal, Ms. Umstead, but until it's changed, I will work on getting you the information you requested, which is on time to and from school. And so we will work on that for this fall. I'm pretty sure that we can probably put together some type of program that we can get that for you. We can get it now for individual buses, individual schools, but to tie it all together is what we need a little help with.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I had a couple additional questions. Did anybody? This is about HVAC, so I don't know who the right person is to come up for that one. I'll start talking while you move. We know that we've had a lot of HVAC issues in our schools. So I highlighted some of those today. And I just wanted to get a sense of when a school calls and says the air is out, what is our next steps? And what can the school expect? What can families expect to hear from DPS as well?
We have, and I'll be joined, sorry, I thought Laurie was going to join me, but in basic terms, we have on-call technicians who are able and charged with responding, depending on when it happens, especially if it's out of hours, weekends, so forth. And of course, that happens all year round. Here we are in cooling season, but I first experienced it here in heating season over the winter, which was somewhat aggressive in those early days. So that is our responsiveness. It's as soon as it's known, because through our remote systems, as was mentioned earlier, which we're improving, we get those notifications that something is down, and we have an on-call team that goes there. If it's within hours, we of course may hear about it first as a work order or a phone call, which becomes a work order from the school administration, and we react accordingly to assess and figure out what is the best and quickest response we can make, which sometimes may, with aging equipment, may not be the perfect or the most timely resolution, but it certainly gives us the opportunity to work on it and perhaps put in temporary measures, or if it's a straightforward fix, obviously do the fix. If that addresses your question.
Sort of. I think there's some more coming from Mr. King there.
So I think this is one of those areas where our, divisions work very closely together. So essentially on days when those kinds of events happen, there is a dual kind of response. There is the response that these fine folks put together in terms of getting out to the school and assessing what is at issue, and then reporting to us a reasonable sort of assessment of what the details are. At that point, it becomes necessary for us to make some decisions from on the academic side of the house. And what we want to look at that point, and what we do look at that point is, what are the conditions that the students are in school in? Is it, tenable for them to remain in school while the repair is made? Is it reasonable to expect the repair is going to be made in a reasonable time? If the repair can't be made in a reasonable time and it's not reasonable in terms of a comfort level for students to remain in the building, then we, have to make some decisions about how long it will take us to put in place the necessary structures to get students home. Obviously, it's not as simple as it may seem. Very often what happens is students have been dropped off at the school and those buses are off to their second routes. And so while we are assessing all of that information and having our conversations, those bus drivers are out driving routes for their second tier schools. And so we'll talk about, we did just the other day, how long it will take before we are able to get buses back in place, to transport those students home, if that becomes a necessity. And if it becomes clear that that is the appropriate action, we then pull Ms. Cooper and her team into the conversation to begin the appropriate notifications and execute the dismissal, along with making decisions that need to be made along the way about if we need to provide a meal to students before they leave, how we might make that happen, and kind of how we can make all those wheels turn at the same time. Those are decisions that tend to be made over a relatively short period of time. But as is clearly the case, involve virtually every portion of the school district leadership team in terms of that thinking and working through that process.
I appreciate that. I think one more point, I think it's important. Like, I think about this year when we had the issue at Spring Valley, like, how do we make sure we communicate some of that process to families so they also have a sense of what the district is working on? I know we might say, school's closing today at this time due to HVAC issues, I think a lot of families were wondering, when's the temperature that we say we send students home? When's the temperature that we're sending work folks home? Like some of those questions that I think we could probably figure out kind of a template response so that families have a little more information. I think for some folks that communicated with me, it felt like we're just not doing anything, which I know there's a whole team of people working behind the scenes to make it happen. So I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that one. That one was a really difficult one, right? Because that was a scenario when we knew what the problem was, we knew what the fix was, and we were literally on a daily basis waiting for the part to come in, right? And from day to day, there were promises being made, and you guys jump in if necessary, about the part being here today, and it'll be here at 4 o'clock, Dr. King. And if it gets here at 4 o'clock, we can get it installed and have school in place. And so I say that to say, in all honesty, in some instances, the information is moving so quickly, right? And pieces of that puzzle are so unclear. It is difficult for us to give a definitive response to that. It's also, for instance, just the other morning when we had some scenarios with HVAC out at one of our schools, there is a temperature that we think about, right? The challenge with that is, when I got that call, I jumped out because I live in that area. I jumped out and ran over to Parkwood. We had not yet reached the temperature that we would say is a definitive, it's definitively time to send students home. But it was hot in that building. And if we were not able to have that issue resolved immediately, my advisement to Dr. Lewis was going to be, I know it's not at that temperature yet, but it's too hot in that building for those youngins. They need to go home. So I think what's important for us to share with community members is that, these are all kind of real-time decisions. And, it is certainly our commitment to share every bit of information that we can definitively share as quickly as we have that information in a way that we feel like we can stand by it. Sometimes that is very soon. Like for instance, when we were able to get the mobile HVAC unit over at Spring Valley, we felt very much comfortable about what we could do. But until that happened, it was just touch and go. And I think what we don't ever want to do is promise parents that we have a solution that is going to lead to a certain outcome if we aren't in a position to control that outcome based on our actions as opposed to those actions of other folks who might be working with us.
Mr. Lynch, if you'll come back to the podium. I have a follow-up question on the repairs around HVAC. I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. So give me just one. Okay. Dr. King was talking about what happens in emergent situations. Is administration or your office monitoring work orders and the progress that work orders are in and where they're getting held up? Because sometimes work orders do get held up. And if I'm not mistaken, work orders are public record and parents can request those work orders. Would they be able to see where those work orders are moving in the process and maybe getting held up? And is administration particularly monitoring that for when work orders get lost in the shuffle? I was embarrassed today to be in a gymnasium with my peers, and the AC has been out since August. And everybody says, board member, what are you gonna do about that? And I'm not. But who's monitoring work orders that get lost in the shuffle?
So yes, they should not get lost. Sometimes they do, but as a school level administrator, I would never allow that to go unfixed since last August. And so when we meet in the retreat this year, we're going to reinforce those kind of things that if you have put in a work order and there's what you think is a delay, then pick up the phone and call one of us, not just call the maintenance technician, which is what some of them are doing. And Dr. King and I just had this conversation the other day that even with the Parkwood incident, if they had to follow the process, which is called the after-hours emergency, you would have got a much quicker response than trying to pick up a phone and call a technician that you think you know, right? And so we're going to work on SOPs for that. There's no excuse for the AC at Githens being out since last August. I know I've only been in this new role for 4 weeks now, but I got the text message today about, did you know? Of course, I did not know because we would have done something about it before now. And so we're going to talk to administrators about in those extreme situations to pick up the phone, send a text message, or send an email to me or to Ms. Blake Reed at this point, now that she's over building services. So we would get that fixed. Okay.
Thank you. And families will be able to, who should they contact if they want to do a FOIA request of a work order?
Good evening. Anyone from the community who would like to request information that is public to individuals, they can request that through the Office of Public Affairs. There's information on our website, and you can fill out a form online to request public records. And so that is the process for requesting that information.
Thank you.
But their first line of defense is to have a conversation with the principal about, whatever the issue is.
Thank y'all for that. I got maybe 2 more questions. On growing together, we know this is the first year of elementary implementation. We'll start middle and high school next year. And I'm wondering when the board can kind of expect a presentation on the enrollment number piece of that. I think we're hearing from some schools that, feel like they were over-enrolled or had a lot of students. Now they have less students. And so I'm curious to have a kind of overarching comprehensive picture. And so wondering when that might come.
Let me let Vitaly off the hook. So I think how Vitaly will help us with this is he can give us some sense of what the projections are for what will be the enrollment in those schools and programs next year. But board members, we can provide you with the report about enrollment in our schools. Probably at the next board meeting, if that would be your desire, or maybe at your retreat. I would share there will be some complexities to that because, I think we'll be able to make some determinations about what that data means, but there are some other things that we won't necessarily be able to make. For instance, we'll be able to say which students moved to a different school because of, because of growing together generally, right? But there may be other movements that some of those students make that we aren't able to specifically, kind of attribute to the reason for those movements too. But we can share what the enrollment was in our schools last year, what we anticipated the shifts to be, and what we found happen, this school year.
I appreciate that. I'm coming to you, Ms. Chavez and Ms. Byer. I think I would appreciate y'all being able to send it to us, but I think it'd be helpful to have it in a in a presentation. Because to your point, I think there's things that we might try to infer, but we might not actually be able to infer from the data. So have a sense of like what questions we might be asking ourselves, what we might have anticipated that did happen, what might be unexpected. And I think I would like to hear some more of that analysis from you all, because I think people are experiencing it in real time, but there was a lot that went into the decision-making process. So, and I know that we're only 1 year in, so nothing is definitive, but there's questions that we might be pondering on from that data from 1 year. Swing over to Ms. Chavez and then Ms. Byer.
Just weighing in on that, that would be great to see that data at either the next board meeting or the retreat. And what would that be based on? Would that be the 40-day from this year or the end of this year?
So let me not promise the 40-day.
Okay.
Because, honestly, we don't keep track of that as closely as we do the 20-day. I'm certain that we can go back and point to what the numbers were at the 20th day because, we can use the data that we use to do reconciliations and we can speak to what those enrollment numbers were at that point. And we can certainly speak to what enrollment was, kind of at the end of the year. So we can speak to last year, where a school ended last year, right? Where we projected the school to be this year based on what we thought would happen with growing together, where the school started this year, right? So remember, we go from a portion of that process where we look at projections, right? And then we begin to look at it in terms of the reality, which means we look at actual enrollment, right? So we'll want to look at all those pieces and kind of draw that line for you.
Well, I would appreciate that. I think that'd be so useful to see the effects of the elementary school growing together implementation. And it'd be interesting to see what schools may be absorbing additional students by the end of the year based on leaving, sometimes moving to the area or moving around, but also sometimes leaving charter schools and things like that. So I don't know if you can make that, if we can make that assessment, but I just think looking at where some growth is over the course of the year would be interesting too. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all asking for data. I think we need to see data. I think one thing that would be of interest to me is just the number of applicants, rather, which programs are actually our community is interested in and able to access and which ones they are not. But I also want to give you all time and the Growing Together team time to provide that rich analysis. Both of socioeconomic data, racial data, anything that you all think, is nuance and areas of us needing to focus on and bring that when you're ready. Because my thought, at least, about growing together is it took us 5, 6, 7 years to get here. And I don't want us as a board making knee-jerk corrections while we're not letting the plan actually play out. And I know some of the numbers going down at Glenn, for instance, are so that we could do the construction over there as we're planning for future growth. Just I want y'all to bring it, but also tell the story of where we are in the timeline and bring the nuance with it that we need.
So I appreciate that, and I promise we will do that because that has been conversations that we have had throughout the school year, which is, just the recognition that, there needs to be some time that is allowed to pass as our community adjusts to these changes, right? And obviously we are grappling with what the right amount of time is to give the community to adjust to these changes, as well as the point at which we need to recognize that, the community may or may not be voting with its feet. And when that might suggest that we, come back to this board and have a discussion about whether or not a particular program is kind of playing out the way that we anticipated that it would. So I would just assure the board that those are conversations that we are that are ongoing within our teams. And we certainly recognize that that's an important thing for us to think about and continue to look at as we go along the way.
And if I'm not wrong, we have some second chance lottery things this year that we haven't done in the past. I wonder if y'all want to highlight any of those. Are there any deadlines coming up, or that's just on social?
Melody Marshall, is she still here? Okay, Maria?
Hi, yes, so every year there's the late application lottery period. It ends this year on June 30th for the year-round schools, July 31st for the traditional schools. But this year we're doing elevated marketing and messaging around that opportunity so that folks can participate and help some of the numbers at some of the schools. So we've put out postcard mailings for a few of the schools. We've had social media ads, and we've done some targeted school outreach to the feeder schools that are eligible to enroll in those schools. Some of our year-round schools, for instance.
Thanks. Ms. Carter Alton.
I'm excited about this data that is available and the story that will go along with it. I just wanted to clarify, Dr. King, you said where school ended last year, where projected, my notes, where we're projected to be this year, where the school started this year, and then also will data be available on where school ended this year? Just want to make sure we know what to expect. And then also, with what level of granularity do you anticipate and when?
Well, sure. I'm praying that Dr. Pittman is taking very good notes because I'm not sure exactly what I said. But yes, I think in terms of granularity, I mean, I think what we can speak to is obviously the numbers at each of those points, and we could certainly, I would assume, break it down, you know, by socioeconomic status and those kinds of things. Maybe not. We'll figure that out. What we will provide you what we are able to provide that we can be confident is accurate. So I think what we said is where schools ended last year, where schools were projected to start this year, right? Where schools actually started this year, which would be enrollment rather than the projection. Where schools were at the 20th day this year, right, which was the point at which we, you know, did our reconciliation activities. And then we can speak to where schools ended this school year. You get all that, Dr. Pittman? Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Also, interested in seeing, as Board Member Byard named the like data related to applications and wait lists and things like that.
See some head nods, so I think we're good on that.
I just want to, she didn't make it back. I don't want to make a promise about the wait list piece because that moves and I'm not quite certain how that is tracked, right? So if it is trackable, we'll certainly make sure to provide that. I think we can speak to some information about that, but it's a moving number.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I think I just want to highlight too, I know you can send it to us, but I think a presentation might help us give the story, the questions, and I think analysis. I can look at the data and have thoughts or questions, but I'm curious to hear from you all's perspective, what you know from working with principals and families around what we're seeing. And again, I do feel like it's a snapshot in time. It's a 1-year update as we continue to see what it looks like for the future. All right. And then, another question, sorry, for Ms. Howard on the safety tip system. I know in the past, we've talked a little bit about how do we make sure students are aware of the system. And so could you highlight any things that y'all maybe done differently this year to make sure students know? I think they're using it. It's clear that students are using it, but people know, students and staff, how to find the text to tip.
Absolutely. This information is shared throughout the schools. We encourage our administrators to also post it throughout the school. share it through our notifications, through public affairs, on websites. It's constantly being pushed out in the community and throughout our community. And so we share it. They're absolutely using it. And I also wanted to clarify, as far as tips, I receive all life safety tips. So there's a separate number of other tips, but all life safety, security, safety related tips are the tips that we receive.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I think one just piece of feedback for the team as we're thinking about this for next year, I'd be curious to if in the presentation you highlighted things that in place and then things that were different from the previous year. Like some of these things we know we do every year, like you're gonna have safety text to tip every year. But if we did something different this year based on what we learned in the past, I think it'd be helpful to have that highlighted in the presentation. So just a piece of feedback. Any other thoughts, board members? We'll move to our next item. Thank you to the Priority 5 team. And we'll have technology up next. I'll invite Mr. Majumbi to the podium.
Good evening, Board Chair, Board members, Dr. Lewis, and Cabinet members. Paul Mijumbi, Executive Director of IT. And thank you again for having this opportunity to present today's technology update. We were here 6 months ago and we went with some homework, so.
Mr. Majumbi, you move that mic a little closer to you. Kind of.
Thank you. All right, we'll jump into some slides here. Javen, can we go to the next slide? All right, I'd like to go off by emphasizing that the work we do in the IT department remains centered around supporting priority 1 of our strategic plan, ensuring academic excellence and student success, and priority 5, which centers on operational effectiveness and fiscal stewardship. Next slide. DPS serves over 31,000 students with a district-issued Chromebook. This one-to-one model has been crucial for bridging the digital divide and enabling access to learning, whether in the classroom, at home, or during transitions like remote learning. All this to make them ready for future job markets, which we've seen that are heavily leaning on the technology side. Next slide. Our current student devices footprint has been supported through a combination of local, state, and federal funds, including ESA and ECF. But we all know that ECF and ESA, those are sunsetting or already sunset. However, as of today, 78% of the devices that we do have in the district are out of warranty, which significantly increases our repair costs and turnaround times. We did highlight where the funding has been coming since we started in 2020 when we bought the big batch of computers. We talked about the numbers on the left. I think you saw those back in December. Those are still steadily as is. Next slide. Beyond student devices, our technology infrastructure spans over 2,600 access points, the ones that provide us with wireless, over 1,100 network switches, and nearly 3,400 phones that are used in classrooms, administrative buildings, all supporting instructions, operations, and safety across 62 internet-connected sites. But unlike our student devices, much of this infrastructure is refreshed and sustained through E-Rate federal program, which leaves us with federal dollars to always refresh those every 5 years. Next slide. As we continue modernizing our classrooms, AV technology plays a critical role in supporting both in-person and blended instruction. As we address the sustainability of student devices, we also must plan for modern AV standards that match expectations of the classrooms. As you see, we currently have over 1,000 bright links that are out of warranty, that are over 10 years old in these classrooms. The newer classrooms that we have, as we have highlighted in the picture, are these interactive panels right here. We have those in a few schools, especially the newly renovated ones, and the bright links are the ones that you do see in the upper picture right there, that even the parts, like we said before, it's becoming hard to secure these parts once the bulbs go out. But yeah, this is a big hurdle that we do have. But I think with Mr. Tita, we had, since the county funded us, maybe I'll be visiting Mr. Tita to see how we can get over this hump. Next slide. Our help desk team is the frontline of IT support for the entire district, whether it's for staff, students, and school leaders alike. By the end of June, we would have reached over 30,000 help desk tickets. I did highlight out the device repair tickets that we receive every month. And despite these high numbers, the departments have maintained a strong response rate. Kudos to the support and inventory teams that are always trying to turn these tickets around very fast. Next slide. Okay. Again, a sustainable one-to-one program isn't just about devices. It's about infrastructure, support, and folks who are behind the scenes, ensuring that those devices are available and work every day for our students and staff. I just wanted to highlight out the teams behind the scenes. We got the support technicians, we got system administrators, network engineers, database admins, asset technicians, and of course the AV team that are always trying to ensure that everything is running as smoothly. So I just wanted to give the kudos to them. Next slide. All right, despite the challenges, I want to recognize that our department's efforts in cybersecurity with tools sponsored by the state, network upgrades, and inventory management. I'm sure many of the cabinet members have seen emails coming to them requesting for them to verify their devices. And as promised in December, the student device handbook was completed. The Chromebook Care video was completed. And at this point, I will ask the AV team to go ahead and play the video that highlights the Chromebook Care video out there.
At Durham.
Okay.
Every student has a Chromebook device to empower their learning. These devices help us stay connected, creative, and ready to explore new possibilities, but they also come with important student responsibilities and expectations.
With my DPS Chromebook, I can find everything I need for my assignments, whether it's research, videos, or tools for creating presentations. My Chromebook device brings together so many resources in one easy, portable place.
It's so simple to collaborate with my classmates. We can share our ideas and work on our documents and presentations in real time. Together, we learn how to effectively communicate our thoughts and reach our classroom goals.
I'm learning to code, and it's awesome. My Chromebook lets me try new things, and I'm developing great problem-solving skills now. I'm getting ready for the future of technology in my classroom and my future career.
Chromebooks make learning fun and interactive. Students are creating, designing, and solving problems together in their classrooms and at home. Chromebook devices feature a variety of apps and online tools to support their education and curriculum.
It's awesome to work with my classmates on projects. We learn to collaborate respectfully and work well as a team. We can brainstorm ideas and finish assignments anywhere, anytime. This helps us become career ready and develop strong, real-world social and technical skills.
Exactly, and we learn common practices for safe online behavior, like keeping our passwords secure, reporting inappropriate or bullying behavior, and especially taking breaks from our digital devices.
If I encounter any problems online with my DPS Chromebook, I know to talk to an adult or classroom teacher for help.
Chromebooks keep students connected to their teachers, classmates, and families, making learning accessible anywhere through a variety of online tools and innovative programs.
All the apps I need are right here. I can study, practice math, and even take quizzes. Everything in one place. DPS devices have educational programs and apps already installed. Students should not add or remove any programs from the DPS computer. If I get stuck, I know to ask my teacher for help.
With cloud-based tools like Google Docs, I can work with my friends on projects even if we're not together. On my Chromebook, I'm able to check on assignments, communicate with my teacher, and share my research and work.
My Chromebook helps me stay organized. I can monitor assignments and deadlines all in one place. I also have access to cool presentation tools to showcase my work to engage my class and share with my family.
Before students can take home their Chromebooks, both students and parents must review and sign the Durham Public Schools Technology Required Use Terms and Conditions and the Electronic Device Check Out and Check In Agreement. By signing this agreement, families commit to taking care of their Chromebooks and chargers, using them responsibly, and returning them on time to DPS. A report must be filed if there is damage, and families may be financially responsible for repairs or replacement. Specific details can also be found on the DPS Information Technology webpage. Taking care of your Chromebook is important. Follow these simple tips to keep your device in great shape for learning every day.
Transport your device with care. Do not drop your Chromebook or carry it by the screen. It's fragile and could break.
Always carry your Chromebook with 2 hands to prevent damage. Make sure to transport your Chromebook carefully between classes and to and from school.
Keep your information private. Don't share your password with anyone. It's important to keep your account information secure. Charge the Chromebook every night so the device is ready for school the next day.
Maintain safe and careful use. Don't eat or drink near a Chromebook to avoid messy spills. This could cause major damage to your device and lead to additional consequences.
Never leave your Chromebook in extreme temperatures, like in a hot car or freezing weather. And if you ever have an issue, let a teacher or a school tech champion know right away.
Follow classroom goals. Student Chromebooks support our learning. DPS devices are used responsibly and respectfully by every student. Devices are provided for academic learning with appropriate website and online tools.
Our scholars are ready for the future thanks to their Chromebooks and the amazing support from Durham Public Schools.
With my Chromebook, I can learn, create, and explore anything I want. I feel challenged and engaged with my classmates because of these tools. I am learning how to navigate the online world safely and positively in DPS.
Durham Public Schools is helping us be the best we could be today and tomorrow. Learning how to use online resources keeps me prepared for the demands of classes today and my career goals after I graduate. We are ready for anything. Technology is a part of our daily lives, and having a Chromebook from DPS allows me to pursue my interests and dreams.
Durham Public Schools, learning today, leading tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Lewis, Superintendent of Durham Public Schools. We believe that every student deserves access to the best tools for learning, and our Chromebook initiative is a key part of that vision. These devices open up new ways to explore, create, and collaborate both in and out of the classroom. Whether you're a student, parent, or educator, we're all partners in this journey. By working together and taking good care of our Chromebooks, keeping them charged, handling them safely, and reporting any issues right away, we can spark a passion for learning that will carry our students into a bright future. Thank you for being part of our Durham Public Schools family. Let's keep learning and growing together.
We'll be posting this on all school websites and just circulating around, and hopefully that will help inform our families and students take care of their Chromebooks. Okay. All right, let's go to the next slide. Again, device sustainability is a growing concern, as it has always been. This school year, we almost have 1,400 devices that are either missing or reported lost, which is over $500,000 in value, as you see on that slide. In just April, May, if we can roll to the next slide. Yeah, wanted to highlight on that right there, that just in April and May, we spent almost $60,000 on Chromebook repairs. We started tracking that this year. So yeah, we just want to highlight that just these 2 months, the cost was $60,000 to have Chromebooks repaired and returned. Most of these costs stem from accidental or intentional damage. And most of these Chromebooks, like we said, 78% of them are out of warranty. So we have to foot the bill ourselves. Next slide. And it's like, Jeremy, can you go ahead and just play that right there if you can play it? Just want to highlight out some of the damage that we're seeing out there. Some of them they're not even repairable. So that's how bad this is, that the cost will range from $50 to irreplaceable, which is, the cost that we spent to buy it, which was $467,000. So these are some of the damages that out there. Just wanted to share them with you, what we're seeing in the warehouse as they do come in every day. Sometimes it gets scary. Yeah, that one is not replaceable. Not, definitely not. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, we started keeping track of these to make sure that we can associate them with the cost, we can associate them with the repairs that come in, but also just to reach out to the schools and say, we're seeing this type of damage coming from the schools. But again, to help sustain our one-to-one model, we're recommending the introduction of a modest annual technology fee beginning this next school year. $15 for elementary schools and $30 for middle and high. This fee is aligned with board policies, and waiver guidelines will be established to ensure that there's equity, particularly for families in need of having hardships, those qualifying for any other criteria that might be advised of. Next slide. Again, we've been traveling all these schools. We've tried to go to each and every school, talk to the principals, talk to teachers, talk to students. Very good feedback from the group that we had in the video. That is some of the feedback we've seen. But again, this technology fee is to help us mitigate loss and damage, factor into the ongoing device refresh, supplement repair funds. And again, we just want to partner with the community. This is shared investment. We just want to engage them, make sure that we support these Chromebooks together with them. Next slide. We did look at very many other districts. We've been trying to do as much research, listen out. The threads that we have going on with NCDPI directors, every school district is trying to comprehend this because every school district is having this issue. So we've tried to reach out and look at what are others doing, what are similar districts doing. Some are charging repair costs and saying, you know what, if you just damage the keyboard, all right, give us your $40. And others saying, hey, if you damage the screen, give us the 180. So some school districts have the paper repair model. Some do have the, like the one that we're proposing, a flat fee. But yeah, we just want to share that there. Would have had more slides of these examples, but yeah, other school districts are in this and they're trying. Others that are not are heading the same way to see how they can sustain this issue. Next slide. Again, I wanted to highlight that, this fee is not a standalone solution. It's a small but important piece in the broader sustainability puzzle that we've all been grappling with. It will help us respond to damage more quickly, reduce long-term costs, and preserve equity by ensuring all students have access to working and district-supported devices. At this point, I'll welcome your thoughts, questions, feedback, and guidance, and approval of the process that's before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Majumbi, for that presentation. To all the students and staff that helped you participate in that video. That was very nice. Board members, questions. I'll start with Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. Have you or your team considered students having insurance on their Chromebooks?
Yes, we have. It's not something we wanted to go deep down into based on the cost of the insurance for those devices. That's why we pivoted back to just have the flat fee, which would, be better than the $15 would be better than what the insurance cost might be. So we didn't dive deep into that mode of insurance on the devices.
Because, I mean, those kids are used to having insurance on their cell phones and stuff like that. So, it's another device. So just wanted to put that out there. What's the process of receiving the technology fee?
So we're planning on working directly with the schools. Currently, I believe they do receive funds for other fees that they do collect, whether it's field trip fees or anything like that. So yeah, we want to partner with the schools directly. We're working with finance to make sure that we set up that workflow of, hey, once the fees are received at the school, whether paid online or, parents go to the school, that way that workflow that the fees are, rotated back into the accounts that we'll use. But yeah, we're planning on working with the schools directly to collect those fees, at least based on the principals we've talked to and other polls out there. The goal is to work with them to collect the fee at the schools.
And that fee is collected before they receive the?
That's the goal. But again, we're not going to deny any student a device. Again, this is a shared investment. So we're not saying that, hey, pay to participate. No. we're proposing at least 45 days to be able to pay that fee. And even if they don't meet the 45 days, we shall still work with the schools to provide that flexibility to families that might have hardships, or hey, maybe they want to develop a payment plan. We'll still work with them, but yes, to answer your question, I will not deny a student have a device, but we shall try to work with them to ensure that at least that fee is collected. So hope that answers that question.
Yeah, as a board member, would have loved to have seen that plan already kind of in place, so that I could kind of see how it's going to play out. Because you don't want half of your students who have paid, and then you got another half of your student body who haven't paid. That creates, me being in the schools, that creates some.
Correct. And yes, yes. But again, one, we're not going to deny a student a device, so that's one for sure. But again, if it's approved tonight, we plan on working with the schools vigorously to engage families. Again, we don't want that, but we're hoping that through over communication, over engagement through school administrators, that at least we'll get a big portion. We might not expect 100%, but at least we're shooting for the stars here. So yes.
Okay, I'll end there. I would
But
definitely
very
would
much,
love for you to
yes.
think about students or parents having insurance on their computers.
I'm gonna follow up on that 45 days. So if families are offered 45 days to pay their fee, whether it's at the beginning of the school year at enrollment, or when they transfer in or decide to enroll mid-year, is the district prepared to respond to waivers within 45 days?
That's the goal, yes.
Okay. And I think I asked this in my email, but waivers, are they district level waivers? So I'm a family, I have a kid at multiple schools. Do I need to apply through each school, or do I do a waiver through the district level and then that's deployed to each of the schools that my students is at?
Correct. So yeah, so the form will be a district level form, whereby in case you have multiple kids, different schools, you'll be able to indicate that, and that information will trickle down to the schools and say, that's been waived. So yes, to your point, a parent won't have to go to every school to ask for a waiver. It will be a district level application.
That's helpful. Thank you. In addition, when students, I assume they will get a receipt when they pay their fees. Will they begin to get a receipt when they turn in their Chromebooks and their charging cords to indicate that they have turned them in?
Angela, do we do that in one-to-one currently? Yes, so they'll be able to do that, yes.
How do those receipts get issued? I've never been issued a receipt.
No, you've never, no, this system hasn't been there.
This is new.
Yes. We've been
So you're
reconciling.
the receipt when students turn in their Chromebooks.
We've been reconciling inventory, making sure that that's, the device form. So yes, if you signed out in the beginning and said, hey, I'm receiving this device, this serial number, once turned in, whether it will be email, that does notify that, hey, you turned in the charger, the device. Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's say I'm a parent. I applied for a waiver through the district. It's a district level form, which means it's not related to my student per se. Is that foiable?
Yes. I think we'll be able to provide that information on one another, yes.
So other parents can request a form to see that I issued other members of the community, my non-custodial parent could issue a request to the Office of Public Affairs to see that I applied for a waiver for the fees for the Chromebook for my kids? Is that not student?
I was going to defer to.
No, that definitely would be student information.
Okay, even though it's district level?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, I think I'm done for now.
I'm gonna just swing down, so I'll start Ms. Byer and then Ms. Harold Goff, and we'll go circle back around to you, Ms. Carter.
So I want to thank you for this presentation and for your work. This is the most clear presentation I remember us getting. I love the video with the students. And it also just reminds us of how much that federal money got us to this place. And I'm just incredibly worried that I have not been an advocate enough for replacement of these devices over time. And the bright links and the smart boards, I forgot about. Like, remember people, some of them are so old you can't get bulbs, right?
Yes.
Or are you still having that?
They're
Yeah.
14 years old, yes.
So I guess my question is for you and Mr. Teeter, like, can you help us in this coming year to aggressively plan for replacement? These things were supposed to last 3 years when we bought them at the beginning of the pandemic, right? We grabbed them in May of 2020. Yikes. And so this is a part of how students learn. I, I, I just love us to have a plan going forward where it doesn't feel like we're behind, but it feels to me very much, and I take responsibility for it, that we're behind. I haven't pushed it enough to make sure that not only the Chromebooks stay ready, that there's extra loaners in place, that there's extra chargers in place, because I hear a lot that students lose those, that we put cases on them so that we minimize the breakage, but they're mostly all out of warranty, right? I mean, and our teachers can't teach without their smart boards and their, whatever we're calling them. I don't want to call them so I just sit with the heaviness of the cost of that. Do we have a plan for having, I've heard that a lot of our high schools are starting to pull them back into carts so they have enough for testing next year. Is that kind of what y'all are hearing as well? The desperation from school level tech champions?
The desperation, we've had that a lot in the middle schools. All the middle schools that we've visited have expressed the need to not have the devices go home. We've seen that in the middle schools, not the high schools. Most of the middle schools are saying, can we have the Chromebooks back in the carts and kept in the schools? Because that's where I think we see the most damages in the middle schools. That's why we see them leaving them in the fields and everywhere. So we've seen that in the middle schools. High schools, definitely they want to maintain their one-to-one. That's why we see the most usage. That's why I think they have more assignments. That's why they're getting college readiness. But yeah, to your point, it's the middle schools that would love to have a tweak in their model that they do have.
Do we have guidance on that? Our elementaries are keeping them at school now? Have we put that in writing? Like, families understand that?
Yes, elementary schools are day user, are day user programs. So they don't necessarily take their devices home. Middle schools and high schools are still in the traditional one-to-one mode. I do want to share that, Mr. Rajemi and I have had quite a few conversations about shifting, right, and providing space for middle schools to shift to a day user model. But there are a couple of things that we feel like we need to work out before we go to that place, what that process looks like, how schools will have to make that decision, right, and how that will look. Last thing I did want to just clarify is that it is our regular standard practice to recollect machines in the April, May timeframe in order to recondition them so they are ready for testing. That is not a reflection of any level of desperation. That is what we do to make sure those machines are in the best possible shape they are in so that our students can use them, hopefully without incident during state testing.
Yeah, but did we put a line item in the budget this year to replace a third of them, a fourth of them, a fifth of them? Is there a batch coming? I don't remember.
But it is shaking his head, so I guess no.
We ordered a chunk of replacement ones, did we not?
So yeah, so the goal has been always to try at least and replace the missing and lost. When we came to you before you in December, the money that we had available, I think it was 700,000, was to replace the missing and lost. Every year, at least we've seen an average of 1,500 to 1,600 just getting lost, missing somewhere. So that has been the goal. That was the mode we're in until 3 months ago when everything dropped off the cliff. Like you said, we bought 20,000 devices in 2020, and at one time they all dropped off of warranty. So now we're beginning to panic shift, get into this mode of saying, okay, we have missing and lost, but also we have repairs to contain. So that's the mode we're in. But again, I'm still looking to Mr. Tita to.
So I think two parts to that answer. One, right, so Mr. Majumbi's been using his existing technology resources to spot fix. And then we've had some good conversation about sort of long-term solutions and to mitigate the annual costs. Do we need to explore lease options and how can we fit in more devices on the front end for a lesser annual cost to get that taken care of? And so it is high on the list, I think, for us as we plan ahead for the next budget ask.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that y'all are looking at this fee, but I'm hoping leading with the waiver for any family that needs it with an equity lens. I'm assuming y'all are going to make sure to include McKinney-Vento students, foster students, like broad categories that people know that the waiver is easy to receive in this community, because we don't want this to be a barrier at all. But thank you. I look forward to hearing colleagues' thoughts.
One thing I'd share about what we're thinking about this fee structure that we think will help us with that as an issue. I should say this waiver structure. Our expectation is that we would set a baseline around waivers, right? And say that this group of students, given certain circumstances, receive a waiver. Then we would authorize principals to extend that up, right? So if there are students that we don't think about, circumstances that we aren't aware of, it would be our intention to empower our principals to issue additional waivers. And the rule would be you can't go down, but if in the principal's discretion, it's appropriate to offer an additional waiver based on circumstances that he is aware of that we might not have realized, we want to empower them to do that as well.
Thank you. My questions, I hope, are brief. One is, what should the public do if they find a Chromebook? Where should they return it? Can they just return a Chromebook to any DPS building? I've been out, every now and then you'll be in these random places and you'll see our Chromebooks. And so if the general public finds a Chromebook, they should return it where?
The nearest Durham Public School site. But yes, to your point, if you're close to Fuller Building, please bring it to the front desk. They'll receive it. If you're at a near school site, please drop it off at the school site. We'll receive it. So yes, thank you.
All right. And then regarding the day user model, can you elaborate, just clarify, if a day user model, does that mean that if a child needs to take a Chromebook home, that they then check it out, that like they don't carry it for the whole year? Like, does the teacher check it out if they need it for extra homework or something like that? Or just clarify that for
Yeah. So yes, to your point, yes. Day users, the devices don't leave the school site. When students come in the morning, they're either in carts in the classroom, so they can check it out in the cart, use it throughout the day in the school, and turn it in. If they need to take it home, then that's why they have to check it out. But yes, the main goal is to make sure they don't leave the school building at all, but they're used within the classrooms and within the school. So yes.
All right. And then finally, around the, can you speak to any parent who is asking about the bring your own device, and whether that is an option, if it's encouraged or discouraged?
Yes, it's an option. It's in the student device handbook. If there are any parents out there where they're saying, you know what, I'm not going to pay the $30 and I don't need your Chromebook, yes, they can bring their own devices. I think the only caveat here to understand is, one, we won't allow that device for testing. You have to use a DPS Chromebook. But also when it comes to repairs or support of that device, that's when it comes a caveat, because it's your personal device. We're not going to install anything or do anything. But to answer your question quickly, yes, we have a BYOD policy that does allow for you to bring your own device. You'll have access to the internet and go out just like the Chromebooks are. You connect to the internet and go browse the internet safely. It's filtered. So yes, we do have a BYOD policy. Would love for you to use a DPS device because it's safe. We don't know the device coming from home, whether it's safe or not, or the content on there, we can't monitor it. So there are all those gray areas on personal devices once they're brought in. But yes, we do have a BYOD policy, and we do encourage it in case you don't want to use our nice Chromebooks.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the video. So it's clear to me, it seems you're very attentive to how the fee, technology fee will be applied equitably to our families. So I just want to also reiterate that that I hope this will trickle down to all staff. So that commitment to equity, and so we make sure we're not, you know, at all inhibiting the use of our technology for our students. And and also along the lines of what Chair Rogers was asking about, I think that point about that some families it will be important for some families to know that the waiver is confidential for various reasons. So if that could be shared widely, I think that'd be helpful. And then one question, excuse me, where and how do our students learn what defines cyberbullying or cyber harassment? That just, it was mentioned, bullying was mentioned in the video, and just looking at one of the other districts you referenced, they mentioned cyberbullying. Of course, that's a big thing. So this might be a Dr. King question, but no, he said no.
Now, I was going to also look at Dr. King and see if we do have that in our curriculum.
If you don't, then it's a follow-up. That's okay too. Yeah, it just kind of came to me. Just so I didn't send it ahead of time, but some kids I think may not know that they're experiencing cyber harassment or cyberbullying. I mean, many of them do if they're experiencing it, but sometimes there are pressures that kids experience digitally that they may not be aware is problematic. So that's just kind of a little bit of an aside, but I support the moving forward with the technology fee. And again, I I appreciate the thoughtfulness in how you're approaching our expanded technology access for all of our students. Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much. Really appreciate this comprehensive presentation. This is very helpful. Also in support of the technology fees as you've outlined them, and with your equitable approach, making sure that this is not inhibiting access in any way. Sounds great to me. And the video was great too. I'm glad to hear that it's going to be going out, and hope maybe it can go out via different channels in addition to on school websites, because not all families access information in that way. There might be some other ways to get it out in front of more. I assume that the target audience is both the students and the families too.
Yes.
So, and there might even be a way to take snippets of it that are more relevant for some than others, especially the care of devices, and kind of push that out. But my main question is when we might be, at what point we're going to be assessing whether we want to continue with the one-to-one model, especially for our youngest children. And this, I think, comes from perspective as a parent of a graduated today kindergartner and who was in DPS for pre-K as well, who had his own device both of those years, and also hearing about deficiencies or gaps in access to devices at the ages where it might matter more, right? At high school and middle school level, just wondering when we might be ready to take a comprehensive assessment of whether our youngest children need to have their own device, or whether in a classroom of students there could be some sharing, and that could be a way that, you know, in a resource tight environment, we, looking at Dr. King, so I think this might be more his purview
Dr. King, you
than,
wanna take
sorry.
As Dr. King is preparing, I will say one of the things that has to drive this is our curriculum instruction. Looking at our curriculum instruction and seeing what supports materials, supplemental materials, technology that may be needed to enhance that. You know, and so once we approach it from that curriculum instruction standpoint, and then find out what do students need to support the curriculum, what do teachers need from students to support the curriculum? Because what we don't want to do is just, you know, what some districts do is just, you know, have electronic worksheets in front of students all day.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I thought I was gonna get away from this one. You know, what I just want to lift up is the critical nature of remembering what one-to-one approaches have always, in my mind, been intended to do, which is to provide us with the opportunity at the earliest stages possible to begin to close the digital divide, right? And so certainly we can have that conversation. But I think it is a much more nuanced one than it may appear on the front end, right? From my perspective, I think what's critical is to make sure that we structure, you know, a program that provides every student with the opportunity to continue to have access to a dedicated device. And what we need to be thinking about is how we structure that from a financial perspective, and how we do that in a way that is responsible in terms of the amount of screen time that we place students in the, you know, in the space of, and those kinds of issues. We have made, as a district, I think, and in many districts, you know, around the country, so much progress as it relates to addressing this issue of the digital divide using one-to-one technology approaches. I am very hesitant, right, to think that there are very many benefits to shifting ground on that as an approach. That having been said, that is kind of my opinion. You know, I think the reality is that, you know, some of the financial issues at play here are, you know, may limit our ability, you know, to continue to do that. But I would certainly want us to make sure that we have exhausted every possible option, right, in terms of how we address this issue before, you know, we, and particularly voluntarily, lose ground on this issue. That's probably a little bit too philosophical, but that's my kind of thinking about that. I can tell you that Paul and I have that conversation very regularly, and that's always what I say to him is I want to be very careful before we move in the other direction on this, because it has been so difficult and so critical for us to move in this direction. I want to make sure that we're clear on it. If we ever go to that place, I want to make sure it's the last absolute option for us.
Thank you, Dr. King. I appreciate that perspective. And I really appreciate the that we are working to close the digital divide. That's absolutely important. And don't want to stop that. What I would like for us to do, though, is to take a look at the latest. And I also don't mind that my child has screen time. If I did, I wouldn't have them in school, maybe. But I think it is useful for students at all ages, and we use it, right, when used appropriately. But I do think it's important to, especially in this moment when the world is changing, to be looking at the research that's out there, right, as we should be doing for all of the things that we do in DPS, but look at the latest research on and what other districts are doing innovative approaches. So I absolutely wouldn't want it to be just like as a cost-cutting measure where we're sacrificing the needs of some students to save money. Absolutely not. But where it might make sense and where we might be spending money in ways that we don't need to, I think that's important for us to look at that, and if it's not necessary. And just an assessment. In the end, we might be like, nope, totally makes sense to stay one-to-one for every single student in this district. But I think that assessment is wise as we invest, millions of dollars into this.
I'll just piggyback off of that. That was part of my question too. And I think I worry if we don't do the thought exercise that we might run into a place where we can't be one-to-one because we just can't actually buy devices. So we've got kids that have devices that are just at the end of their life, way past done, and we don't have the finances to replace those. So I think I would like us to do the thought exercise of one-to-one to see if, and we could say yes, or we could say yes, maybe, or I think we'll say yes, some variation of yes, but what does that look like and how do we plan for it? Because I think it's multifaceted. That plan too is, one, buying the device, two, having the staff to support the device. And what does it look like? Our Check Champion model is a Band-Aid in some ways, but it's not strong. I think we probably need to think about increasing that stipend at some point because the role has increased with the one-to-one devices. I think there's also, is there any other infrastructure that we need in order to support one-to-one? So should we be buying cases or screen protectors or I don't, y'all know tech more than I do, but if there's some repeated issues that it might make sense for us to make a smaller investment in to help protect the device, like that might be worth it. Is there school-based chargers that don't leave school? Are there other ways that we can be thinking about how to make this initiative sustainable for the long term? I think is a really important exercise for us to do and some practices that I would love to see us come up with. Again, sooner rather than later, because we have an influx of federal dollars, but those federal dollars are gone. I don't know if we're gonna get those federal dollars at least in the next 3 years. So we should be thinking about how we're gonna be able to sustain that as a district and what do we need to do to make sure that we can keep it going. Because I do think it's vital, especially for middle and high school. And I think that exposure is good for our elementary school students as well. You did note in the presentation, but this is an annual fee, so parents and families would need to pay it each year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then can we get the video in Spanish as well or dubbed in Spanish or I don't know if that's an option?
Yes, yes, yes.
I hear some yeses. Okay, great. I think it'd be great. I think this is for parents and for students, so having it in both languages would be really awesome. And I'm really appreciate hearing how that waiver system will roll out for schools. These students don't even worry about it, and then principals having an option to add additional students. So I really like that. Any other questions, board members? This is on the agenda for action.
I move that we approve the technology fee recommendation as presented here.
I think it was moved by Ms. Chavez and was it seconded by Ms. Byer? All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. And it passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, we have our DPS academically and intellectually gifted plan.
So as Ms. Parrott takes the podium, good evening, members of the board, Chair Umstead and Dr. Lewis. In accordance with general statute, we are here tonight to request the approval of our next 3-year local AIG plan, 25 through 28. The plan is centered on 6 standards of AIG programs for the North Carolina. At this time, Laura Parrott, our Director of Advanced Academics, will provide an overview of the plan, which must be reviewed by the board and subsequently approved. Ms. Parrott, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, Dr. Lewis, cabinet members. As we seek approval, as Dr. Bittman just said, of our 25-2028 DPS academically and our intellectually gifted plan, it is an honor to share with you the outstanding accomplishments over the past 3 years, which are key factors that led to DPS's advanced academics being a promising districts for North Carolina under our current plan. We'll also present the expansion of excellence with the DPS AIG plan for 2025, 2028, and of course, close with discussion. Or we can skip that part. As Sanehasha Coltrane, our State Director for Advanced Academics, shared during the March recognition, DPS's Advanced Academics is leading the way in North Carolina. And the recognition that we've received at both the state and local level speaks volumes about the impact of our work. While there are multiple practices recognized by the state, we will take a look at the 3 key areas of accomplishments. You will notice in the board materials, we've provided an in-depth presentation of data and accomplishments. But tonight, hopefully the PowerPoint is coming up. We will just share some of the highlighted slides. So I'm just going to keep rolling just in case it doesn't come up. I know that you have the presentation in front of you. So next slide, please. One of our department's core priorities is talent development, and really looking at talent development in grades kindergarten through 12th grade. This is an equity-driven initiative that aligns with DPS Strategic Goal 1 and the board's resolution to support the achievement and success of Black and Hispanic students. Talent development involves intentionally recognizing and nurturing students' strengths and academic potential from an early age, as we know that opportunity and performance gaps are already present at that time. Would y'all like for me to keep going? Do you want me to stop? I'm happy to keep talking.
Keep going.
Okay, thanks. I like that motion. Keep going, Laura. All right, so we really want to make sure that we have, there we go, that early intervention. And let's see if we can go to the next slide. And the next. That's the full presentation, but it's okay. We're going to just keep rolling. Next. Sorry, y'all.
Slide 13. Slide 13.
Thank you. If you'll please go to the next. Right there would be great. Thank you so much. So to the end of making sure that we have the equitable practices, the Office of Advanced Academics provides a district-wide foundation through our Investigations in STEM program, which is now in its 3rd year. Every elementary AIG specialist works with all kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade students, delivering weekly lessons that build advanced thinking through integrated instruction. And I think most importantly, classroom teachers kind of are co-engaged in this process, which often transform their perceptions of student potential. As a result of this, our 3 years in, we are seeing more equitable pathways into talent development services, focusing not just on high achievers, but on students with untapped or emerging strengths. Formal identification is no longer a barrier. All students demonstrating advanced needs receive academic support, regardless of a label. Furthermore, at the elementary level, AIG specialists serve both identified and non-identified students showing advanced needs, often within the same classroom. At the secondary level, we've expanded advanced course access to support talent development through open enrollment in honors, advanced placement, international baccalaureate, and dual enrollment courses. Again, these opportunities are available to all students, not just those with an AIG designation. So the K-12 talent development model ensures that Durham Public Schools continues to lead with equity, access, and opportunity at the forefront, delivering on our shared commitment to support every student's full academic potential. Next slide, please. Great. So if we look at this, this is a snapshot in time on May the 1st. We are tracking the number of students who are served. This is outside of all kindergarten, first and second grade students, which is about 7,000 something kids in our district. This is above and beyond of our K-1-2, of our third, fourth, and fifth grade students. So on May 1st, that's where we were with the number of elementary students being nurtured. You can see the increase of our Black students, of our Hispanic students, continuing to ensure that we are aligned with the strategic goal 1 and our resolution to continue to increase the work that we are doing. As a result of this focused nurturing of students, we've seen a direct correlation between our students nurtured and our students who have become identified. Next slide, please. So I apologize because our presentation is not quite in alignment. Can we please go to the next slide? And can we go to the next? And to the next? And one more. There we go. That'll work. So when we look at this, we're talking about our talent development, and we're really looking at what is the impact on it. Over the past 3 years, that plan cycle, if we look at our identification numbers, you can see the increase that we have had. With our African American students, we've increased 30.49% in student identification. And with our Hispanic population, we've been able to increase identification by 35%. Again, this was all kind of a May 1st snapshot. And on May 1st, our AIG headcount is currently, or at that time, because it's increased, 5,940 students, which is 19% of the DPS population. So almost 1 in 5 students are now AIG identified. So really excited with the work that has happened there. Next slide, please. So to continue with the equitable access, these are some of the multiple things that have happened that have led to this. We've removed barriers such as teacher recommendations for our students trying to get into AP classes. They no longer need a teacher recommendation. There's been ongoing professional development to shift mindsets. We're really working toward that inclusive AP culture where all students have access to be a part of it. We created a school level equitable recruitment guide, which did a tremendous part of having every trusted adult in the building be part of the recruitment process, not just AP teachers, all coaches, everyone involved. So again, this growth is not merely quantitative, but it truly reflects our commitment to fostering an inclusive environment. Next slide, please. If we can go ahead and go to the next slide, we'll see a breakdown here of the students who are currently enrolled in advanced courses at the high school level. We really focused on lifting up 3 of our student subgroups. So you'll see in dark blue, African American, light blue, Hispanic, and in the green, our white population. So you can see how we are continuing to work towards a balance of ensuring that all students have opportunity. Now, some students might be included in all 3 of those graphs. There will be duplication because we have students who take an honors class, they take an AP class, and they take a class at Central. So being able to look at that. Next slide, please. On this next slide, please. So I'm just trying to be aware of time. Next slide, please. There we go. So we really want to look at our AP participation and performance growth. Over the past 3 years, we talk about our plan cycle is in 3 years. We've been able to increase not only participation, but performance. And that doesn't always happen When an increase in participation is there, we don't always see an increase in performance. If we look at this in dark blue, these are the results from the May 2023 AP exams. You can see there was tremendous growth in our Hispanic population, in our Black population. And then last year's growth is growth upon growth is highlighted in the orange. If we're looking at the participation, you can really see this is participation in taking an exam. So there were actually more students who were enrolled in the course who did not take the exam. If we look at the one on the right, this is our students who scored a 3, 4, or 5, a score that qualifies them for college level credit, really looking at the UNC system, how many credits, how many classes they're able to, and labs that they're able to place out of. Also wanted to lift up that College Board just began awarding the National AP Access Award. This recognition is awarded when the percentage of AP exam takers who are underrepresented minority and or low-income students mirrors the school's overall student demographics. So this past year, Riverside High School and Durham School of the Arts both earned the National AP Access Award, which really shows the shows the school's clear and effective commitment to equitable access for advanced coursework. Next slide, please. Next slide, I didn't realize that one was there. Sorry, we have this other one. So before we go on, there is a slide that we skipped, and I do just want to quickly lift up. We don't need to go back. The third area that we had recognition for was in professional development. As stated, creating positive strides towards equity and excellence begins with professional development for all teachers, support staff, and administration. We have to remember that our AIG specialists, 80% of their week, they are teachers. They are in direct instruction with students. And so it's important during our monthly professional learning sessions that they are continuing to have professional learning on talent development, on serving underserved advanced learners, making sure that we're looking at our twice exceptional students, our multilingual learners. So continuing to work on those strong practices for all students to move forward. We've also been very fortunate to have such a close connection with our North Carolina AP partnership. They have gone above and beyond, awarding us scholarships for AP Summer Institute, for coming here and spending days sitting at a school, working with teachers individually, so that we're really giving them all of the support that they need. So now we're at our new plan. And because our plan has been so strong, there are very few changes. It's really about expanding what we have with intentionality. So next slide, please. The 3 areas that we lifted key highlights, we are doing the same with looking at how are we continuing with that. So in the area of professional learning, we're partnering with the Offices of Professional Learning and Curriculum and Instruction. Over this next year, there will be a very strong emphasis on depth of knowledge. Our specialists will be working with these other departments to ensure that all teachers, K-12, are receiving the professional learning on that. We'll also be working with these offices as we implement the NCDPI honors course, and all teachers who are teaching honors courses must have professional development in authentic differentiation and really looking at acceleration, extension, and enrichment. Of course, we'll expand our TAP program, which is Teachers Advancing Potential. It's a 30-hour local AIGPD, cannot give accreditation or licensure, But what we have seen is so many teachers who have taken this class and then gone on to take the gifted education praxis and passed it, and now they're able to serve in our schools. And of course, we're always looking for professional learning opportunities for our AP and our IB teachers. Next slide, please. The next area is talent development. We want to make sure that we're taking this further with our K-2 program. We see so many students where teachers have not seen that particular gift in a child because maybe they're not the top reader, but they're an incredible problem solver. And how do we move that? We are going to provide additional talent development for students at schools where AIG identification is below 5% of the ADM. And then we're going to increase direct service delivery for K-5 AIG students from a minimum of 60 minutes weekly to a minimum of 90 minutes weekly. We found that this was already happening in the majority of our schools, but we did want to go ahead and put that into the plan so that that would be protected. And next slide. The final area of lifting up are those equitable access opportunities. We have been so fortunate to increase what we're doing at our high schools. And so we want to make sure that that continues so that we're giving direct support to all advanced learners. And we are going to partner with career and technical education, really making sure that those areas of interest, the mentorships, that those real world studies are being aligned with what our students are doing. And the last slide is of next steps. Okay, sorry, I forgot this. This is the older thing. Next. So tonight we are seeking approval of the DPS Academically Intellectually Gifted Plan. And then, of course, after you so graciously approve it, we will submit it to DPI for their review. And then we'll begin to work with communication. Of course, we'll reach out to family engagement, public affairs, other community partners to ensure that that message is there. So now, next slide is discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Parrott, for the presentation. It's clear why we were identified as a school district from NCDPI around our AIG practices and thinking about centering equity in all of those. I'll look to my colleagues. I'm gonna start with Ms. Chavez this time, and then we'll come down the line and around.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it very brief. Thank you so much for this. I think this is super exciting. There's too many things to highlight that I could, shout out, but it's awesome. And I just want to say one thing about having more students of color in these AIG classes. They're not as alone as a racial minority as well. When we have more diverse classes it's just really exciting to see. One of our schools, I got to see an AIG class and I was like, this is awesome.
Great.
Who I'm seeing, what I'm seeing them do. Very cool. So thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move approval of the DPS academically or intellectually gifted plan for 2025 to 2028 from the, from us.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? I'm sure there is. I'm gonna go down Ms. Harold and then come back over.
I want to keep it brief too. This is one thing that I really want to shout out. I'm incredibly proud of our AIG program in Durham Public Schools. And although, you hear about different districts and different people doing this kind of work, we really do model it when you see it in action. You walk into the classroom, you see the diversity. It is not the same AIG that I had as a kid, that where I was. And there's still a lot of places where you can go and you don't see this work being done. I think it's really, what really is exceptional for me, the thing that really, really makes me proud is this talent development in the early grades, and to seeing that. And that's a way of shifting culture and getting people to recognize talents. That's where equity lives. And so I get really excited when I see that work being done in the elementary schools. So I just wanted to shout that out. And yay for the increasing the the direct service of from 60 to 90 minutes. And shout out to all of those parents, you know, who, and all the students who are saying, look, I'm ready for a challenge. I want to do these things. And so I see that in this plan, expanding that, making sure that those opportunities are throughout our district. So really excited for all of that. And I couldn't let it pass without
Thank you. I
sharing
appreciate
how
that.
exciting it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So also wanted to be enthusiastic about it and appreciative of your leadership. I know why the state recognized Durham, because we've been leading in nurturing and leading in identification for a long, long time. Always think that we can continue to do more public affairs to let back to school, every back to school, like letting parents know how they can self-identify, how they can refer, how to access AIG services. Also put explicit messaging out about twice exceptional students and how we serve and nurture them. If it's helpful to you, I wondered if you could send us a list of the schools where less than 5% of the students are identified so that we can help remember to keep an eye on that, and maybe them knowing that we're watching will help you kind of, because that's a really low threshold, the K-12 5%, when we've got a district identification of 19%, right? So, and then the thing I've asked for a long time that I'd like to keep an eye on is, do we have equity and where we're offering honors, AP, dual enrollment across our comprehensive high schools specifically? I know we have some differences in some of our specialty programs, but we need to be, like, if you can share that data offline sometime with us, I think it's really important to make sure that we're using all the tools available, even if a class is small, to make sure that those APs, honors, dual enrollment are available equitably across all of our comprehensive high schools particularly. And even those middle school early access to high school credits, help us with any equity needs, and that'll help us continue to advocate for schools that have needs, because our students are spread across the community. But thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Always excited when we talk about student achievement, and thank you so very much. Let's continue to keep up the good work, and I'm ready to pass this.
Thank you.
I'm so glad my colleagues gave you all the praise. I have some questions.
Sure.
First of all, on slide 24, is there a reason that you demonstrated the data? One's on a scale of 40%, one's on a scale of 60%. Neither is 100% scale. Is the expectation to be comparing those?
And I apologize because I don't know which slide that is, because we had two
24. The one, oh, my bad.
Could you just tell me what the nature of that slide is? Oh,
Um,
okay, great.
The equitable access opportunities, AP participation and performance growth.
Right.
Right, so they're not on the same scale, but you put them side by side as though they should be compared?
Correct. So I apologize for that. We were just trying to get everything to fit. I think the biggest thing is the numbers that are there versus the scale that's there, is looking at how much it increased.
Mhm. And so I'm grateful for the increase in diversity. Is the increase in diversity also reflected in the educators that are teaching AIG?
It is. I will, if I may, just throw out that when our College Board people were here giving professional development, they made comment of how fantastic the diversity was in that room. I'll also lift up Dorcas Geike, African-American teacher at Jordan High School, who has served twice this year on a state level professional development. Another great shout out for Durham.
Okay. And then my last question is, why do you switch back and forth from Black and African American? Or does it change based on the level of?
It could have just been the way I was typing it. In Power School, it says Black, and I try to say African American, and so that's just a mistake on my part in not
I
being
thought maybe it was
consistent.
indicative of something.
No,
Thank you.
it was just me not following through with being consistent. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I'll keep it brief. Thank you for this presentation again, and lots of things to highlight that I liked. Love the 5%. I also had a similar question as Ms. Bayer around how many AP and IB and honors courses are in our high schools and which ones are in which high schools, because I'm sure there's some work maybe to do on those. And so
We've
that's
actually grown that at our schools.
wonderful. Because I would hate for it to be that because I got assigned to one high school, I didn't have access to
Right.
certain classes,
Right.
right? So really think that's a really powerful thing that we should be working on. I really loved the intentionality about supporting schools who are under 5%. And I wondered, in connection with that high school too, are we also looking at how many students we are looking at how many students are enrolled in honors, AP, AIG, and are there goals associated with some of those diversifying those classrooms or?
Not specific quantitative goals,
Right.
but always the goal of we have high school AIG specialists who are working really hard to find students who have not enrolled, who have potential. They're looking at EVOS data and they're having those one-on-one conversations with them. So that's been really great to move that.
And then, because I also love that all educators could be recommending, all educators are probably nurturing and talking to students and saying, hey, actually, I really think you should try that class. So really love that inclusive approach.
Thank you.
But it's been moved by Ms. Chavez. It was seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion from board members? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please use the same sign. And it passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Board members, would y'all be interested in like a 5-minute recess? I see one no. I see some nods, yeses though. So I see more yeses than no. 5 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer. All right, to bring us back in at 5 minutes. All right. Thank you all. All right, thank you all. We are back from a 5-minute recess. I appreciate you all's diligence to the time. Ms. Carter Alton.
Speaking of diligence to time, I would like to make a motion to amend our agenda to move items 5A, the budget prioritization activity, and 5B, salary administration policy, to our June board meeting.
Second.
Friendly amendment to actually just go ahead and move all of those items to our June, whatever the date is, meeting.
Can you clarify what all, when you say all, Ms. Flyer, what you?
Oh, sorry, A, B, C, budget prioritization activity, salary administration policy, legal services presentation. We have graduation starting tomorrow at 9. We're 8:30 call, and we're at 9 o'clock. So that's my reasoning.
Rod, can you clarify, I'm sorry, Attorney Malone, can you clarify how quote unquote friendly amendment works? Like, do I need to, since I made the first motion, is it me that needs to accept or refute it? Or
In
is
the world of
board?
friendly amendments, yes.
Are there
Yeah.
friendly amendments though?
Well, you have used them. You've otherwise used them.
Sure. I'd like to decline that, and then the board can discuss if we want to remove that other item, because I do think that might be, that decision feels different to me than removing 5A and 5B.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Did you second it, Ms. Harrell? Motion, okay. So the friendly amendment was not accepted. So the motion is to move items 5A and 5B to our next June meeting, our June board meeting. It was moved by Ms. Carter Alton and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6 with 1 abstention. One aye that's coming in, so 7, it passes unanimously.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion that we move item 5C from this agenda. I'm sorry, I would like to make that motion. And if it can further discuss it, if someone will give it a second, and then you can always vote it down.
Second.
So it's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff that we would move the legal services presentation. Any discussion?
Sure, I'd offer a discussion. We have a guest here tonight to answer questions on behalf of the board in regards to legal services. And if the board chooses not to take action tonight, which we are entitled to do, we can have the discussion and know what we want administration to do in next steps so that we can have something for our next board meeting that is concrete so that we can make a decision should we choose not to make one tonight.
Is there any, Ms. Carter?
I also think that it would be useful for us to have an opportunity to have a discussion, mostly in order to decide together what our next steps will be. And that provides us with some time to do that before the next board meeting. So that's what I'm thinking, but interested to hear other perspectives.
I welcome the discussion. What I'm concerned about is the slide deck that is here before us and the challenges of having a recommendation with one firm in place representing the board, another here to answer questions, and just significant challenges with that conversation. So I don't know how to best move forward with the awkwardness of what is before us. I'm struggling with that. I had a lot of questions I sent in, and I saw that others did as well. So I'm trying to figure out how to have that discussion in a thoughtful way, in a very awkward setting. So, yeah, and yeah, yeah.
Ms. Rogers.
I hear that, Ms. Byer. I understand and appreciate your concerns. I'd like to ask the board, I guess, or you, how you would recommend holding an open session conversation with any contractor, law firm, or otherwise without our current attorney sitting with us.
Yeah, I don't have the solution. What I do have is, and if you want to discuss it tonight, when we get to it, we can. I think the presentation and going through the slide deck will add and make this discussion, you know, an hour, hour and a half. So, and it's on here for 30 minutes. So however you all want to proceed, here we are.
We'll say there is a motion on the floor. We have discussion. It feels clear that there's more discussion to be had on this item. And so I'll go to you, Ms. Chavez, but it seems like we do have things we want to discuss.
I will say at this point, I favor a brief discussion on this. But I do mean brief because I think we should discuss next steps and actions to take, but I don't think it needs to take 30 minutes.
There is a motion on the floor. We can also revisit this as we get closer to that agenda item. The motion was to move 5C. No, it was to a date. It was to move S5C2 off of our agenda. Is that correct, Ms. Byer?
Yeah, and to the, wherever we move the other ones, the June 24th or whatever. Is that what we're at together?
It was seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please use the same sign.
Aye.
So that is 1-6. That motion does not pass. I don't think I've done that low. All right. So we're going to keep our agenda. We're going to go to 4C. So we have draft changes to policies. I'm going to pass that over to Dr. King.
Thank you, Ms. Homestead. Good evening, board members and the community. Want to take a moment tonight to share with you some draft policy changes, specifically relative to some special education related policies. Those are policy 7800, 3520, and 4326. I want to share a couple of things at the outset. Number one, in light of what we've shared tonight in terms of time constraints, I want to just make clear to the entire community that the speed with which I intend to go through this presentation should not imply that we don't recognize the gravity of this issue. It is a very important issue. These are changes and revisions that we have worked on as a team in collaboration with our partners at Tharrington Smith for almost a year. While I'm at that juncture, I do want to just take a moment to thank our partners at Tharrington for the work on this, as well as Dr. Bell and our Exceptional Children's Department. This has certainly been an important collaboration in terms of this particular work that we have done together. And so, again, these draft policies will be focused on policy 7800, professional and staff development. Next slide, please. Policy 3520, special education programs, rights of students with disabilities, and draft changes to policy 4326, rules for use of seclusion and restraint in schools. And this item is, board members, for a first read. I think it's important to note that, I'll actually start with policy 7800. The shift in policy 7800 is outlined there in red. Very quickly and very simply, this change to this policy adds special education professional development to those mandated policies, to those topics that are mandated for the district to provide professional development for each year. So that is the extent of the changes to this policy. Again, this policy, Policy 7800, identifies professional development that the district is required to provide each year. This policy change would simply add special education to that list of topics. That concludes the changes to Policy 7800. The next slide is Policy 3520. Special education programs, rights of students with disabilities. Now, after Policy 7800 shifts to add special education to the list of policies that the district must provide training on each year, Policy 3520 outlines what that professional development should be specifically. And I just highlight that the policy requires us to plan and provide a program of special education training that shall be mandatory to all staff and that have direct instructional responsibilities over students with disabilities or that supervise those with such responsibilities. It also speaks to this training being categorized based on the work that individuals who are trained will do for the district, and that special education development training of no less than 4 hours of instructional hours for each school-based administrator and other staff who, as part of their official duties, serve as LEA representatives in IEP meetings. All right, and that was not very clear, was it? Let me go back. So it makes mandatory a 4-hour annual training for all administrators and other staff members who serve as LEA representatives in IEP meetings. I think that was a bit more clear. Board members, that concludes the changes to Policy 3520. I'll now shift to Policy 4326 and make clear that the changes to this policy are quite a bit more extensive. It is important to note at this moment and in this opportunity that these changes were developed with two broad intentions. They are to make sure that our practices are aligned with current law and to clarify our reporting responsibilities, particularly as it relates to seclusion and restraints that take place in our schools. And I'm going to go very quickly through these changes, and board members, please feel free to grab my attention and stop me if necessary. The first thing that this policy does for us is to explain and provide definitions and both permissible uses, clear statements of permissible use for the following: physical restraints, mechanical restraints, seclusions, isolation, and timeout. Policy also shares the responsibilities for staff members reporting to principals or the designee in a school who is designated as responsible for this reporting, and also lays out what exactly we are responsible to provide notice to parents about as it relates to restraints and seclusions, and those things that we are required to provide written reports to parents about. And then finally, the policy calls on Durham Public Schools to reinstate school-based crisis intervention teams, which was a structure that was used in this district for quite some time, and we've moved away from, so we'll be bringing that back. Next slide. In this slide, and I'm not going to read it, of course, in this slide, the policy does define each of these terms that are pertinent to this particular policy around restraint and seclusion. Next slide. And here you see, of course, the first slide that speaks to permissible use. This slide provides the permissible uses for physical restraints. Next slide. This slide makes a special statement about prone restraints and makes clear that in exceptional cases, prone restraints should not be used except when they are required in exceptional cases, and should never be performed by school personnel who do not have current certification in de-escalation and restraint techniques. Next slide. The next slide provides detailed information about the reporting requirements when staff in our schools engage in a physical restraint. Next slide. The next slide defines the permissible uses of a mechanical restraint and makes quite clear, and I will share that Mechanical restraints are prohibited when used solely as a disciplinary consequence. Next slide. This slide speaks to the written reports and documentations that are required for our staff to complete and provide when they have engaged in the use of these particular restraints or seclusions. It's important to note here, this is a place where I do want to make just one comment, and please forgive us for having the names of staff members on that slide. Actually, you can go to the next slide. Next slide. What's important to note about that reporting is that this is one of the areas that it was really critical for us to delineate what our responsibilities were for. For many years, it appears that folks had been misled or unclear about what those reporting requirements were. And so in many instances, in many places across the state of North Carolina, we were not reporting those restraints and seclusions in the way that the law requires them to. In some instances, I think there had been some assumptions made because there are both state level and federal level reporting requirements. I think in some instances, folks had required that doing the state reporting sufficed, but we did want to, in this policy change, make sure we were clear about what those reporting requirements were for all of our staff members so that there would not be that level of confusion, and make sure that we provided that in writing for everyone. And the next slide again speaks to mechanical restraint reporting. Next slide. Speaks to seclusion, provides the permissible uses for seclusion. I wasn't quite sure, done with that slide. Back one, please. All right, and it's important here to note the seclusion of a student by school personnel is prohibited as a disciplinary consequence. I think it's important to note here, board members, all of these are quite difficult concepts and quite difficult circumstances. And again, the information is quite clear here that we want to be very careful about providing our staff members with very clear guidance about when they can and cannot use these particular techniques, who can and who cannot use these particular techniques, and to be clear that even in instances where staff members find themselves in a place where that is contemplated, it is certainly the board's intention that we would seek every other option rather than these particular techniques in order to address these issues. To wit, the board strongly encourages all staff to consider less intrusive forms of intervention, and when possible, the reliance on members of the school's crisis response team to address these kinds of issues, particularly seclusion in this particular slide. Next slide, again, speaks to notice to parents of an event that includes a seclusion and does require that when a principal or designee has personal or actual knowledge of seclusion of a student by school staff that does not meet the criteria of the permissible seclusion, that principal shall promptly notify the student's parent or guardian, and provide the name of the school employee whom the parent or guardian may contact regarding the incident, so that parent can identify and ask questions about that issue. Next slide. This slide identifies and speaks to isolation and timeout. I would only note there that timeout is a permissible and authorized structure that is used for teachers in classrooms to regulate behavior within their students, and there are no reporting requirements related to timeouts. Next slide speaks to adverse procedures. And you will note that adverse procedures are never permissible, and an adverse procedure is a systematic, physical, or sensory intervention program for modifying the behavior of a student that causes or reasonably may be expected to cause one or more of the following. As you see, there is an extensive list there. The next slide. Next slide simply speaks to the crisis intervention team and our intention to bring that structure back to our schools. The slide and the board in this policy does lay out specifically who should be included on those teams and the training that individuals who serve on those teams should receive in schools each year. Board members, at this time, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have about these policy revisions.
Thank you, Dr. King, and the team of folks that worked on these policy revisions. Board members, questions? I'll start with Ms. Carter Arden, and then we'll circle down.
Thanks so much, Dr. King, for this presentation and for all of the information you've shared and the materials. I was wondering, the seclusion and restraint policy is not track change, so what are the
Did you not
differences?
get the track change document?
Right.
Yeah, there should be one in there. If not, I will certainly send it to you.
Does somebody else, or is it at the bottom? Does somebody else see it? Somebody could find it, let me know. I have another question though while you're looking.
Board members, I apologize. I will send that to you. I mean, it is in there?
Right, the
23? Page 23?
okay, so the
Board members, I have that. I will share that with you. My apologies. We did try to place both a clean copy and a track change policy of each of those policies in there. It looks like we may have missed one. Apologies. I'll send that to, well, you all advise me how you would like to receive that, and I'll make it happen.
I think it would be helpful to have it posted online too, so that folks in the community that might be watching can, I mean, the point being to like easily see what's been changed and what's not been. So for those who might have an interest and who are watching. And then I was wondering, well, do you want to highlight for us what is different between the last one and this one?
So
Or is that what was in the slides?
it's what is in the slides, and it is quite extensive.
Right,
So we'd be here for quite a while if
Okay.
if I did that.
And then, well, I guess then my broader question is, who and what informed the changes? Like, what are they based on? And who's reviewed them? Do we have folks that are in the schools, like our principals, our staff that would be tasked with implementing, and then our families who might be affected by these changes? Like,
So this is not an item where we would ask folks to review and approve, because these changes are driven by the legal requirements related to restraints and seclusions. So these changes have been basically worked through by legal counsel, our special education legal counsel, and, you know, worked through with our special education department. So that has been the process for making these particular changes.
thank you. I guess I'm thinking about implementation and then like how we make sure that folks on the ground are ready to do this, and then how we're going to make sure that they're actually implemented in the schools.
Right. So that would be a training process, and one of the things that you will note in those changes, it speaks to the specific professional development that all staff members would receive specific to their particular role as it relates to special education. And I can share with the board members, we do have a breakdown of what that training is. And so depending on the role that an individual serves in our school, they would receive the level of support or professional development that they would need to be able to make sure they are in compliance with these changes. So quite clearly, for instance, as we speak primarily to those restraints and seclusions, what the policy makes clear is that all staff members, would not engage in those practices. Only those folks who have specific training would engage in those particular practices. So the training that general staff members would need to know about things would be what they are and the fact that, they are not allowed to engage with them and who they need to reach out to if they need particular help. Those folks who are in roles where they would be engaging in those kinds of practices would receive specific training to what those are, how they are used, and under the circumstances under which they can use them. So I hope that the answer to your question is that we would have to provide extensive training. The other piece, as it relates to reporting, is that becomes a responsibility of our building level staff, right? And provision of professional development for them in terms of what they are required to report and what their staff members are required to report to them and the actions they must take after those reports have been made.
Okay, thanks so much. I think I'd be curious to know if there are other ways to put something in place to where we have a system where we're monitoring whether the training's been done. We probably do monitor that, and then how we're doing as far as each of the different pieces of this policy. And that probably, it might not go into policy, it might be on the back end in some sort of procedures, but that's just thinking about that as we move forward. And then I was wondering, related to this CRT members, they're the ones that are going to get trained in de-escalation and use of restraints. I guess I'm wondering, is that enough, or are there others in the building that might benefit from those types of things? And if so, what are the pros and cons of doing that? What happens when we only train the CRT members?
Yeah, so there may be some who might benefit from that, and we would want to have conversations with principals about if they feel like there are additional folks who might, benefit from that. I think we would want to be quite cautious though, because, I think we want to be very cautious about folks who we empower through training to take those actions, right? But I mean, I think your question is well stated, and that's a conversation that we can continue to have with our special education staff, as well as building level principals in terms of, who additional staff members are that they might want to be trained. And I want to be clear, as you look at that slide, that slide and the policy establishes the minimum staff members who need to be trained. It does not preclude the principal to make the decision that there are additional folks that he feels like are appropriate to be trained in his or her school, and then engage that process. To be quite blunt, though, we don't want to train everyone because we don't want everyone engaged in these kinds of actions.
You mean restraints, but not de-escalation techniques?
Yes, restraints and seclusions, but not necessarily de-escalation.
Right, I could see where it might be beneficial for all of our staff to be trained in de-escalation techniques.
Certainly.
Thanks so much.
Quite welcome.
Ms. Hergoff, Ms. Byer.
I really appreciate y'all's attention to this. I know folks have been looking forward to improvements in these policies for a very long time. I appreciate the attention to and look forward to the track changes of the one with the most significant modifications, the 4326. I always love DPS policy to lead with the framing language. We don't want y'all to be doing this. This is mostly in very extreme exceptions, right? So I wonder if there's more language from that bottom part. I thought I saw it somewhere near the bottom of the policy where we could put it back up and keep reminding people, if you're only getting started and you want to get framed in how does DPS think about these things or whatever, it's that try to de-escalate, try not to use these, everybody's got to be trained, but I mean, just that framing language of our equitable practices and our our limited use of these. I don't know how to frame it differently. The other questions I have as we go forward, I'm so glad we're training staff. I know that our Durham Allies for Exceptional Children, or Advocates for Exceptional Children, we're so glad to see some mandatory training for EC folks or students, staff working with EC students. I hope that we can do this with SROs. And I know they don't work for us, but I am hoping in our conversations with the sheriff, with going forward, I don't know, bus drivers, I don't know where all we need to reach deeply, but I hope that we can do that and have language even about the HEART team coming into schools as another resource, another group of folks that we are working proactively and de-escalating and crisis response. So glad to see the crisis response teams are coming back to Durham. Wondering, and y'all can give us legal feedback on, I don't think it makes sense to put beginning in the 25-26 school year in there unless there's some reason. I wouldn't put dates in policy. It just would be the new expectation, right? But that maybe there's a reason y'all put that there. That's that very last paragraph of that policy. But
There's a reason, but we could take it out. It's not
if we don't
essential.
take it out, to me, it gets dated really quickly and just looks like it, yeah. And I like being clear about how these things are reported when they're used and how quickly parents should be informed. And systems that we set up internally to hold ourselves accountable to doing that. Yeah. But thank you. I look forward to feedback from the community on if there's other changes that we should make, but I really appreciate y'all's work on this.
Thank you very much. Dr. King, in looking at the policy, are there opportunities for training for a combination of teachers with de-escalation and restraints? So especially with students who have IEPs that may be in certain classrooms with regular, what we call regular students, but their teacher doesn't come with them necessarily, but they are in those classes that their IEP may say that they may have to be restrained. How are we addressing that in the building?
So that is the reason why principals have the discretion to assign other staff members to receive the training. So for instance, a principal might recognize that, there's a specific teacher that he or she or the school trust in those particular circumstances. Maybe that there's a teacher who is more likely to teach those classes. That would be a person that the principal would add to the list of individuals who might receive that training.
Okay. And are these, is the training physical training or are these like video?
Dr. Bell, could you speak to the details about some of these training opportunities?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, so we've been for years since I've been in this position requiring all of our EC staff to have de-escalation and nonviolent crisis intervention training. Every EC teacher, regardless of the role that they're in, and EC instructional assistants. The training is led by our department. We use the crisis prevention intervention training model. There's a 2-day initial for folks who need to be initially trained, and it's all in person in class. The whole first day and a half is all de-escalation. Like some people are calling it restraint training. It's not that. The purpose of it and the focus of it is to prevent crises from happening. So the first day and a half, we're really getting into, recognizing when behaviors are escalating and strategies to de-escalate. And then that second half of the day is on physical interventions to keep, and the sole purpose, like Dr. King said, is the sole goal of the training is to keep things from happening and ultimately keep everyone safe.
So are there video training or this is?
There's a verbal de-escalation only video training that some folks have taken. I know like at one point, Dr. Logan at Hillside had most of his staff take that. And that is self-paced verbal training, video training. But the training that we're requiring for the crisis teams will be in person for the full 2-day for initials and a 1-day refresher if they need to do a yearly refresher.
Thank you. Just want to make sure people didn't get confused of that video training. Okay, thank you.
And board members, while I have this moment, I do want to share that, you know, we have consistently as a district offered this training and these kinds of trainings to our staff members. What's important about the step we're asking you to take tonight is the board mandating these trainings, right? Which we hope will help our principals um, be in a better position to ensure that everyone that they feel like is needs to get this training will actually report to and complete this training. So many of these trainings, again, have always been available, but they have not been mandated for our staff members.
Thank you, Dr. King, and your team for this presentation. I think the policy is good, so it mandates it. I think the implementation is crucial, and you've highlighted that. And I didn't see this in here, but I wonder if there should also be an annual report kind of to the board and to the superintendent on the training, how many restraints, because that has to be reported to the state. So I think we should also probably have a report of what that looks like in our district as well. And I say that in a way to keep us accountable and transparent on what's going on. And so I'll look at my board members, colleagues, if they'd be interested in that kind of annual report being added to this policy so that we all stay on top of this. I see head nods and thumbs, so I'm gonna see consensus, which might require some edits. I know this is here for first reading. Sure. We could bring something like that back for the second reading. And then I think if we want to do the track changes, if all that can be track changed in the versions that we get for the next meeting.
So you're gonna get 2 track changes.
That's,
You're
that's
gonna get
fine.
the original track change, and you're gonna get the track change for the adjustments.
Make sure you label them really clearly, and we can do that.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
can, we can
Track change 1 and track change 2.
exactly. Ms. Chavez.
Okay, I have some comments and questions, but first I wanted to ask Ms. Umstead, were you saying what was the reporting exactly that you were asking for? I'm still thumbs up, but what was it exactly?
Anything. No, reporting on the training, like who was trained and when it happened, that kind of thing. But also the number of restraints, I think, is what's also we're reporting out to the state. And so how do we also report that to the district?
So, okay, I have a few questions. I'm still in favor of that. But, so when we talk about the training, 4 hours per year, is that, well, how was that determined? The 4 hours, is that best practice? Is that comparable to other districts? How do we come up with that number?
Dr. Bell, you want to speak to that? I mean, I think I'll be very clear with you that this was, we started this process last year. And then we kind of had some back and forth about, what was optimal, what was reasonable for us. And I think 4 hours is where we landed in terms of the amount of time that we feel like is necessary to get what they need in order to do the work appropriately. And I want to share that 4 hour training is specifically for administrators and individuals who serve as LEA representatives, right? I think that's the training that you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, I guess I would add, I'm not exactly sure why we landed on 4, and B, of course, I would always advocate for more. I think to Dr. King's point, what's reasonable to put in policy, I think as a bare minimum, we would actually love to have more time training people, and I hope that's what comes to fruition. And we're poised and prepared to do that, and we've laid out what those trainings would be based on your role. But if 4 is the minimum, we can always, like Dr. King said, we can always go above that and require more. And I did want to, if I can make one more statement, I want to be really clear that the seclusion restraint policies are not EC policies. We may lead the work in our department, and we do the training, but it's policies that apply to every single child in this district. I think sometimes people see it as EC policies, probably because students with disabilities are more susceptible to being restrained and secluded. But this applies to every single student in the district. We just kind of lead the work a little bit. So.
Thank you for that point. That makes sense about having a perhaps smaller number in policy that we want to stick to, but also, I would, of course, with all that we do, hopefully we're basing it in evidence-based practices and all of that. because this is a very important area. So if there is more time, I know that we talk about all the different constraints on professional development and training. So, but I think this is a very important topic. So, and I appreciate that point about, this is not just EC students. I think it's trauma informed work. I think it's, many things. But we do know some of our EC students, which that encompasses lots of different students, but they are some of the most vulnerable and some nonverbal who can't, communicate. And I think some of that kind of, comes up when we talk about this, or cannot communicate verbally some of their experiences. But okay, relative to the training also, I want to ask about new staff who come on. We know that we have like many places, many EC vacancies, and so we fill those. And also a large percentage of our teachers coming in are doing their residency licensure. So how are we training people in the middle of the year when they come on as EC teachers, or are we training some IAs as well? Okay, all of them, yes.
So Dr. Bell is with us all the time.
Right here, right here.
She doesn't get away,
Okay.
right? And her team. So, again, it's important to note that, the staff that do this training is our staff. And so we can put these trainings on whenever, we need to.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a plan for monthly training and to have cycles of training repeat to take into account for people coming on at different points in time. We also do onboarding at the school level with our EC facilitators. So there's immediate support right away, but then to come to our formal trainings, there'll be monthly opportunities. And the CPI, the Nonviolent Crisis Intervention Training, is offered every single month. And if we need to offer more sessions to accommodate a greater need, we will do that.
All right, that is good to hear. I think that's really important because, like for the reasons I just said, but that's good to know that it's rotating. So I also this is another question. I guess no, let me table that. I'm trying to keep my comments tighter. I would like to see us add more about data collection in this policy. But that's what I've heard from community members would be valuable. And and having that reported to the board annually, absolutely. But it seems that perhaps there's been some inconsistency in recording the restraints, and one part of this, it says if the principal or designee becomes aware, but how do we make sure that principal or designee is aware if there is a restraint or a seclusion incident? And so that's what I would like to see added on here, just some data points of what we would regularly collect, and then that could be easily reported out to the board.
Yeah, so I mean, respectfully, what the policy requires is staff members who observe these incidents to report them to the principal. If I'm honest, I don't know that there is a way for us to go beyond that, because it's not possible for the principal to know if the folks who observe the incident don't report that it happens. So I just want to establish that as, kind of just, I guess, a restraint, not a restraint, but a restriction that we have to live with. And I would note that, we are all aware of incidents where unfortunate circumstances like this have happened, and we become aware of them. In virtually every one of those incidents, we become aware of it because one of our responsible staff members observes something that was not right and reports that immediately to their administrator, right? And so I certainly think as long as we are clear with staff about what it is that should be reported, to the extent that they observe those things, they will be fastidious in their duties to report those things.
And what happens if a staff member does not report?
They would have to have some conversation with Ms. Hager and her team, but first with certainly with the building level principal, and we would go through the, the appropriate responses to a staff member not following through with the requirement.
And is this part of their contract? Is this written into contract, into certified staff's contracts?
I think it's written in their contract to adhere to all board policy.
Yeah, okay. Does it say, I know we just went through all this. Does it state explicitly that all staff are required in here to report any incident of restraint or seclusion?
I think it lays out the specific requirements for reporting restraint and seclusion. There are some restraints and seclusions that are permissible, right? It requires staff members to report those that are not permissible and don't comply with those permissibility standards.
Okay.
And I think I would say what we would be happy to, report to our staff members is if they are unsure it meets that standard, they can always report that, and the principal can then apply that standard and work through that process with them.
Okay. Like with this one annual reporting to the State Board of Education, physical restraints that result in an observable physical injury to a student. I had a question about that because why is it, I mean, that's a state thing, but why is it an observable physical injury? Why is it not physical injury in general? So the standards, could we make them stricter than what is perhaps required at the state and federal? Well, at least at the state level. Does that make sense?
It does. I presume we could. I'd want to hear why folks feel like it's advisable.
Are you coming in on the word observable?
Yes.
I mean, if there's a physical, what's the term, physical? What is the term you use? Physical, observable physical?
Injury.
Okay, if there's if it's a physical injury, someone would have to observe it. So I think that was the intent behind observable, but you're saying you would like to remove observable?
No, no, no.
No, okay.
Okay, I misunderstood then.
Okay.
Because you're saying it was observed by somebody else. I thought it was something that, for instance, left bruises. Yeah. But if it's an internal injury and you can't always see something that happened or, physically on a person's body. But observable in this case means observable by other human beings.
That's my interpretation of it.
Is that the meaning?
In our current reporting, all the reports of documentation come to our office for restraint seclusion. So we review those, and on our forms, people are required to indicate if there was an injury that was observed or reported during the incident. And that is something that we document and would follow through with. I think there's state reportable requirements, but locally we do require that to be reported whenever there's a restraint, and for every restraint that meets the definition to be documented and sent to our office.
Okay. Okay. And then I just also had a question about, I think it's the seclusion part, where it says parents are notified if it's 10 minutes or more. Why 10 minutes or more? Okay.
Okay, it's aligned with state board policy. So I don't know why we haven't locally changed that, but I know that's aligned with state policy.
Briefly, it's right out of the statute that governs seclusion and restraint.
Okay.
If I could also just add a note, this language is all about seclusion and restraint, but there's also a separate mandatory reporting obligation for misdemeanor child abuse, which would cover potential physical injury and would contemplate kind of injuries that you cannot see, but would reasonably suspect. So I think that requirement would cover the ambit of some of the injuries that you were talking about before.
Yeah, that's just another point. I think we might want to consider whether the seclusion needs to exceed 10 minutes to be reportable. But I guess my last comment is just, I do wonder about if there could be more community engagement around the revision of these policies. So I mean, I understand that they are aligned to state, you know, regulations and all of that. But is there, I guess, would board members, would there be interest in that? Or I mean, I'd be happy to move this forward, but also look at it, would love a deeper look at it with community engagement. Questions? Getting puzzled looks.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carter Otten, and then we'll go to Ms. Byer.
I'd be interested to hear more about that, because that was where I was getting at with my questions about where did the changes come from and who weighed in on them. I haven't fleshed out in my mind what my vision is for what it could look like, but it does seem, as I was reviewing this, that it would be, I want to know how this will affect people. And that might be the case for every policy, but this one feels that way in particular. So that's where I am on that.
Go to Ms. Byer, then Ms. Harold Goff.
Yeah, I was trying to explain my puzzled look. I think that these are really time sensitive to get in any improvements we're going to get in the student handbook pretty quickly. And so I don't know how much time we have for deep community engagement, but I do think this is first read. We'll have another 2 weeks. If folks have feedback, we certainly have a couple weeks to get some changes or modifications. And maybe I missed what, I think we want this training and stuff to start. This has been a long time coming, and anything we've done is an improvement. So that's my look, what it meant.
Ms. Harold Goff.
I was just going to say that all of the track changes that were here and everything that I saw, the language felt good to me. And as far as community engagement goes, I think that we can move a policy forward and still have the expectation to have conversations about policy things that are important to community with engagement. So, but this language, I think the purpose of what they're trying to do is very, very clear, especially with grouping these particular 3 policies together. And so, yeah, that's all I was going to say.
I'm sorry, Dr. King, and then I'll come to Ms. Rogers.
And so board members, I'll be anxious to hear additional feedback about, this community engagement conversation. And particularly from the perspective that I think we need to establish, and Mr. Malone, I may need your help here. I think we can certainly share with the community how we're going to operate. I'm not sure what we do with the feedback that the community gives us when, again, we're talking about policy changes that align directly with state law, right? Essentially, there isn't really a lot of space for us to move in any direction and maintain our alignment with the law as it relates to these policies. We certainly can, I think, make some of these policies more restrictive, but I think there are, some serious implications for doing that. That's one of the conversations, and Dr. Bell, you might want to speak to this. That's some of the back and forth that went on, during this process. But we'd want to be, I would want to suggest that we might want to be very careful about suggesting to our community that we can make very much movement around these policies that relates directly to state law.
Okay, well, I think I don't want to hold up the training at all, so I think we can move forward with this. But I'm not necessarily seeing where, I mean, the state law gives some guardrails and, but I think in my mind, we don't only want to align policy with state law. We want to align it with community need and experience. So I think that, I mean, the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children are an obvious stakeholder that comes to mind, and having a conversation with them, I think, could be useful. But there are many other people who might be interested. So I think I would just love to I've been looking forward to these coming, some of these policies coming back to us for a long time, for the year that you all have been working on them. So I would love if we could further strengthen them in alignment with community need, but not to, you know, uh, do anything that would, violate the law, of course. So anyway, that's my thinking about it. Um, so I don't know if we need to have more conversation about that right now. Otherwise, I can make a motion.
Ms. Rogers has some comments.
Okay.
I I do hear what I'm also hearing is when we implement this, how do we know what the implementation is like and how it's impacting people, but also like community members might have thoughts around what the implementation has felt like for them and their students and families. And so I'm wondering if there's a start this process and we get the training going. And is there, Durham Advocates for Children and other folks that convene in October and November to provide feedback, talk about what implementation has looked like, and to be able to continue to revise this policy inside of state law, but continue to make sure that we're doing what's in the best interest of students. Because I think that's what I'm also hearing come through. State law is going to require us to do one thing, but how do we make sure we continue to make this policy student-centered and thinking about who it will impact?
Yes, I appreciate that comment. I think definitely feedback on the implementation is important. And just like what you were saying, Ms. said about the reporting back about training, number of restraints, that kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that I'm looking for us to add also is some what is the data that's being collected and what would be reported back to the board and integrating that. And I think the community members would have feedback about that. I think it could be stronger, basically. So I think that I'm certainly willing to push this forward to, get the training in place. I think that's important. It sets a baseline for training. But then again, how do we, a part of our job is data monitoring and then seeing, what are the outcomes? Because training is great, but then what are the data outcomes that that come out of that? And those give us information about how we may want to modify policy in the future.
Appreciate that. I just have two more thoughts or questions. Who keeps track of attendance to know that people have attended the training? I see Dr. Bell getting up, so I'm assuming that's your office.
Yeah, we keep all of the attendance. We have
Okay.
multi-years of data of who's attended and who's been recertified.
Got it. And so
Yep.
I'm getting into the weeds. I recognize that. So you can tell me, get out the weeds.
I'm not gonna do that.
When someone doesn't go, who's responsible for saying it's your time to go? Like it's been a year, 2 years or whatever. It's time for you to get back. Cause I think one of the challenges is you have EC keeping attendance, you got a principal supervisor, you got so who keeps track of making sure people are doing what they're supposed to do?
I mean, I think that has been a challenge, right? Our office has not been providing reminders to people. They know when they come to the training that to get recertified, you have to come within the next year, and we offer trainings. So people have to keep up with their own, and some do a great job of it and some don't, and it lapses.
That seems like something that we should make sure that's in the weeds. Procedurally, though, we should make sure so we can make sure we hold ourselves accountable for that. And I wonder if there's a line in here about when if you not reporting is a violation of policy that can lead to, I don't know, there's a connection to another policy there. Because it's not explicitly listed, which we know you violate policy. It's a HR conversation, but I think it might be good to put that explicitly in there. We've given you a lot of feedback. This is being presented for the first reading. Ms. Rogers?
Ms. said you asked a bunch of my questions about the tracking. And so I have a follow-up question on the tracking, who's showing up to the trainings. Is that procedure going to change now that this is going more mandatory as part of board policy?
That's a good question, and I don't think I've contemplated it. But I'll certainly work with Dr. Bell to think about what we need to change about that policy based on that. I think the great thing about it is, when principals do say you need to go, it's going to have a little bit of bite with it now. So, but we'll certainly work around that question.
And someone who's certified that misuses restraints, et cetera, will they be required to do a recertification, a new training, or something or another?
So I think it depends on the circumstances of that
Mm-hmm.
misapplication,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the circumstances of that misapplication, there might be much more serious consequence
Okay.
than just retraining. So the answer is, I guess, yes and.
Okay, that's fair. I want to also revisit Ms. Chavez's question because I'm looking at the slides and any restraint that results in an observable. So this is not, it's not when somebody has witnessed. There's a difference between observable physical injury and someone witnessing said injury. Because an injury can occur that was witnessed that doesn't result in any physical injury, right? Because we take the test, but the results of the test are not the fact that we're actioning by taking the test. So the fact that this physical injury happened and there's no proof or bodily harm that that has happened doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Correct. But again, I would argue that if, as a staff member, Dr. Lewis witnesses an action on the part of a staff member that is likely to create an injury, whether it is observable or not, there are other requirements that he report that, aside from this policy, that still apply.
Okay. Okay.
All right, colleagues, this again is here for a first read. We have given lots of feedback and some edits to Dr. King and his team that they will need to bring back at our next meeting on June 26th.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the first read.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff and seconded by Byer. I'll take Ms. Byer. Okay. I thought I heard two at the same time. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. We look forward to those changes, Dr. King, with some track changes and some page numbers and slide numbers to be helpful for us. All right, the next item is legal services presentation. Dr. Giovanni.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Lewis, members of the community. If we could pull the slides up, please.
And Dr. Giovanni, considering we had some discussion about this, I wonder if there's a abbreviated version or no? No?
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So this is, I think there was some conversation regarding this. This is coming before the board on Cabinet's request for its approval of its recommendation to enter into a contract for legal services and service as the board attorney for Durham Public Schools for the law firm of Pointer Sproul. Next slide, please. I did want to point out that back one slide, please. There we go. I did want to point out that there was an original PowerPoint that was published. There were some edits made to that. And so I have documented what those changes were just for transparency and clarity. One of them was based on feedback from different people. We added in the timeline of the RFQ process, highlighted the primary attorneys at Pointer Sproul that will be working with Durham Public Schools under the contract, denoted the other two districts that are in the large 12 consortium in North Carolina that the Pointer Sproul also represents, and added in the reduced cost to the district in responding to FOIA requests using the Pointer Sproul model. Next slide, please. And as you can see, this is the timeline. I will, as we indicated previously, to expedite it, there's really no additional feedback other than just reading the timeline. Next slide, please. This is, again, the strategic plan, priority 5. Next slide. This is briefly talks about the different things that school boards and school officials have to comply with. Next slide, please. And as I stated previously, the cabinet recommends that law firm of Poynter Spruill be issued the contract with the Board of Education to provide legal services to the board and the district. Next slide, please. And these are I've highlighted the top three from Poynter Spruill attorneys: Grace Pennerat, I believe it is, Rachel Nicholas, and Ms. Nicholas has agreed to join us in case the board has any questions for her here today, as well as Katie Cornetto. And these comprise the education lawyers at the firm Poynter and Spruill. Next slide, please. And I do want to point out that the board was provided with all of the packets. So the background for Rachel, Grace, and Katie, as well as the other lawyers, is provided in that packet. So I was going to share that in a little more detail, but given the lateness of the hour, we can go ahead and move through that. So what we looked at when the cabinet, when we were interviewing, we did 2 sets of interviews. As indicated, interviewed 4 firms, got down to 2 firms, and ultimately Poynter Spruill was determined to be the firm that was selected and to be recommended to provide the legal services. Poynter Spruill, for example, their support for the Board of Education, which is one of the primary functions that we were looking at as well. They offered an annual meeting with the board leadership, as well as assisting the board in various things that the board needs to do in their, including policies, procedures, and processes. The team demonstrated an understanding of needing to both support the board as well as advocate for various visions and desires and outcomes of the board. Next slide, please. One of the most valuable aspects of the partnership that we found in the interview process is that Poynter Spruill offered a solid and clear commitment to support the board in day-to-day mechanics, including of board governance, including policy development, parliamentary procedure, and committee work. Their resources, including a legal memo library, would ensure or assist in ensuring that there is quick and accessible guidance available when it is needed. Next slide, please. Poynter Spruill also offered more than just legal opinions. They indicated that they had strategic insight, including insight into the legislative process. Ms. Cornetto was the longtime general counsel for the State Board of Education and DPI, and they also understood that they could leverage some of their relationships from both Ms. Cornetto as well as the other lawyers at Poynter Spruill in potentially getting some of the legislative work and the legislative agenda of Durham Public Schools move forward in Raleigh. Next slide, please. This is a listing of, and as I had indicated previously, this was a change from the original in that we highlighted Johnson County and Onslow County schools. So in North Carolina, there's a large 12 consortium. Durham is one of those, as well as Johnson County and Onslow County, which are also Poynter Spruill client districts. So Durham Public Schools would not be alone in selecting Poynter Spruill to be the attorney for their district. Next slide, please. So in addition to, and again, I'm doing this in an expedited fashion, given the lateness of the hour. But in addition to the services provided to the board at board meetings and hearings, et cetera, a lot of the work that the board attorney or the designated board attorney would do supports both constituents and administration, including the cabinet. Next slide, please. I just wanted to explain in a little more detail how the legal services shape how Durham Public Schools serves its community. During the interview process and assessment process, Poynter Spruill assured the cabinet that they can help us serve our constituents with transparency and care. Poynter Spruill demonstrated a commitment to improving the FOIA response times and supporting departments like EC, which we just heard from, with national level expertise. They have created a client-only handbook on 504, which is not, which is a separate department from EC, but they modeled that guidebook along the same lines as DPI's IDEA guidebook. And that is available to their clients just to be proactive in understanding how we make sure that we are meeting the needs of our EC students and our 504 students, some of the most challenging areas for a lot of school districts. They indicated that one of the things that they were focused on doing was ensuring that districts stayed compliant and informed, and ensuring that students, including those with diverse abilities, are provided with the education they deserve when they deserve it, and not on the back end. So really looking to be proactive and not saying that, well, we didn't do it, but in the long run, here's a check for you and we'll try to get it later on. We want to make sure that our staff are trained and we have the things in place to make sure that all of our students are getting the statutorily mandated education on the front end. Next slide, please. With regard to how the cabinet felt that they could also be supported by Pointer Spruill, it meant access to us to practical tools, procurement checklist, standard operating procedures and templates that streamline compliance and support implementation of the board's strategic goals. Pointer Spruill indicated that they will provide legal support that is embedded in our daily operations to improve the service we offer to our community and our fellow colleagues. This type of technical assistance is much needed for the cabinet and administration and DPS staff in both developing and implementing practices that can be operationalized practically by DPS staff in moving the district into its future. Next slide, please. In addition, for example, the HR department, the board enters into this contract that would allow the HR department and staff to have access to employment and personnel symposiums and other tools that ensure compliance and fair and equitable working conditions for all of our staff throughout their employment lifecycle with DPS. Again, they indicated that they would work with various departments, but I'm just targeting and talking about HR right now, to make sure that the things are in place, the guardrails are in place proactively to make sure that employees are treated fairly. And again, kind of along those same lines, so that we're not coming in on the back end saying, oh, this should not have happened to you, let us fix it. We want to make sure that our staff know and we have the protocols and SOPs in place that make sure that staff are treated fairly. And that when staff are treated fairly, that impacts student outcomes, which made that important to us. Next slide, please. And lastly, as I indicated, this recommendation is really just about adapting and evolving for Durham Public Schools. And that is why the cabinet has come and recommended that the board enter into a contract for legal services to be provided to the Board of Education as well as the cabinet with Pointer Spruill. And in your packet, there is a draft contract and a draft letter of engagement, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni, for the presentation. We had some brief discussion about this earlier, board members, and to try to streamline this process a little bit because the hour is late. Are there colleagues who are ready to move forward with a motion to approve tonight? It feels weird to ask, but if not, my ask is, if not, then let's talk about what we need in order to move forward in this discussion, or to figure out where we need to go. And that's, again, try to get us a little tight in our talking points. Ms. Chavez, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think I have 3 points. Thank you for the presentation and the work leading up to this point. I think I would like to be able to interview both top firms, and in hindsight, I wish we had discussed the process a little bit more, so that we could have had a conversation about the process for hiring the firm. But I take responsibility for not raising that myself. So I would like to be able to interview both firms. The other things I have questions about are criteria. We have the criteria on which all four firms that submitted RFQs were rated. I would just love to see the forms, even if it's not intimate, interview notes. I think we need some ratings, some more information on what to go on and how these, two firms got to the finalist stage. The third point I want to raise is that, and we just haven't had had chance to have this conversation, had a chance to have this conversation. I think, in some districts, the board and administration have separate attorneys. And I would like us to discuss that and look into it. It's something I've heard about, but I want to understand more about it. I have discussed it a little bit with colleagues, but I think there's more, research that we could do around that. So that's the other thing. We could discuss that next time, or but those are sort of my 3 points. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
I don't have very much more to add to that. I am interested in hearing more about what administration feels the modernizations and the innovation that they're looking for in legal. I would be interested in hearing more detail about what that looks like and how their recommendation meets that language of innovative practices for the district. Other than that, that's the only other thing I would add.
Thank you. Ms. Byer?
Yeah, I want to start with appreciation for the process and the work that's gone on so far. I also want to say that I think we could have improved the process, but I don't know exactly how that would be. I think I would appreciate interviewing both firms. They are the two largest firms in the state, and that's who I would have expected to come as a finalist. What I really actually expected was strengths of both firms and a balanced view of both firms. And I don't feel like the materials we've seen so far have had that sense of balance. I would like a memo from Tharrington Smith on who the attorney works for, whether it is the board that hires or the district or the superintendent. I think it might go along with the part of the memo information that Ms. Chavez is requesting about models where there are multiple attorneys or internal legal counsel, or how different models come out as we look forward. I want to be very explicit and clear. I would write a recommendation for our current attorney all day long, because I've had 15 years of exceptional legal service and seen incredible complex work handled by that firm. And so as a board member and someone that I think is a decision maker, I don't bring the same lens of dissatisfaction that I feel like some of these slides have conveyed. I question the timing of this. I would like to see the existing contract with Tharrington and whether there's some addendum to extend it so that the board can take time to vet this a little bit further, like board chair or vice chair or someone to actually physically call references at other boards. And I look for progressive boards that are actually aligned in leading and driving progressive work in North Carolina. And so, I mean, I know we've got some staff that have been in Johnston County. That's not where I look for progressive ideology. So I just, I wonder a lot. And I look forward to just kind of, with this board, figuring this out. I haven't seen kind of what our budget for board services, legal services has been over the past 5 years. I imagine in the last 2 years, it's been extraordinarily high because we have walked through the fire that Winston-Salem is now walking through. So that's not going to be the only criteria for me. But I just look forward to the board digging into this and having voice going forward. I submitted questions when we submitted questions, but I didn't get answers to that. So I look forward to questions being answered, but thank you.
Mr. Tab?
Thank you very much. Just quickly, most of my colleagues have already asked what I was going to ask. I would love to see a comparison between the top two firms of beside each other in terms of their strengths and weaknesses. That would be very helpful. And also, I'm wondering, in listening to the slides or watching the slides, was Darrington and Smith given an opportunity to correct some of the things that were outlined in the slides? That would be important to me too, because I love due process for everybody. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tab. We'll circle back around, Ms. Carter Otten or Ms. Rogers.
What I feel like I need at this point is aligned with what my colleagues have shared so far. When I think about hiring, when I've done hiring in the past, I usually have a rubric and then I compare the rubrics for different candidates. And I would love to see that for each of the candidates, or at least the finalist firms, which feels similar to like some kind of a comparison, so we could have more information to weigh. Also I think it's really important to check references after the interviews are done, because you want to dig into some of the questions that you might have had or concerns. So I know that there are a number of references listed for both the firms and the applications. We could check to see if we could speak to the folks that have worked with the firms to ask questions that might help guide our decision. I do think that at this point, having the full board interview the firms, seeing as how this is the board's attorney, that, and again, in hindsight, we should have done that from the beginning, but I think that would be my preference at this point.
Hi, everybody. I don't look forward to a side-by-side comparison of the firms. I think it is in distaste to compare in the same way, especially with an agency that we've been working with for 35 years, not rising to meet the needs of cabinet recommendation level. I'm concerned about what that's going to look like at this point. I appreciate Ms. Umstead sharing with me ahead of time that she wanted the board chair to call for references. I wish other people had asked for that, because I did do that and nobody's asked me my thoughts on those references, but I'll keep that to myself. When I read the slides and when I read the response to many of our questions, I do hear the unreadiness, and I think that that's important. I'm not dismissive of that. I look forward to us interviewing together. I wish that had been named before. There have been many situations where this board has taken action or asked administration to take action on our behalf to do something and not giving clear direction on that. And so they spent 9 months doing a thing and clear direction wasn't provided. I also would say that only Ms. Beyer provided questions for the interview process for the law firm. And I think if each of us had done that and there were at least 5 questions or 3 questions from each of us, administration would have seen the board is really interested in having a conversation with the law firms that rose to the top of the list. So we had many of an opportunity to change the process and give input. Personally, I'm fine with whatever law firm we choose. I do think that there were some things in the presentation, particularly a quicker response time on FOIA requests, and some of the advocacy work around state statute that we could benefit from using. Some things that I heard in the interview around supporting the board with parliamentary procedure that Pointers Bureau is prepared to do in ways that Therington has not particularly offered since 2022 anyway. And in fact, it's frustrating to think that we are asking administration to compare our current law firm to another law firm further over the course of the next period of time, because we know that Therington sat in 9 months of meet and confer meetings with us and didn't tell us about a state statute that prevented us from entering into meet and confer with DAE only. We also know that they have sent one attorney that has rules about parliamentary procedure, and it's been implemented one way, and then they send another attorney another time, and it's implemented differently. And so to ask administration to make a decision about somebody, or to put together a side-by-side comparison for an agency that they have to work with, no matter what we decide, puts Therington at in a compromising situation, and puts administration in a compromising situation upon which they have to work. But ultimately, I know that when I ran for students like my kid, all the Black and brown students and boys who are in this district and deserve to have policies in place preemptively so that they can get the best outcomes for the district. And we can't keep doing the same stuff that we've done year over year over year. And I hear you, Ms. Byer, wanting to write a letter of recommendation for Therington. That is excellent. I'm glad to hear that that's how you feel as an individual board member. But my concern is that they could be part of some of the problems that we've had in providing the best service for students in the district. And we won't know until we try to do something different. I'm concerned when we think about the investigations that Therington has done on our behalf and the lack of accountability that they've taken, but board members have taken hits and members of staff have taken hits, but nobody is talking about the fact that the board and the administration in some of those periods of time were taking advice from Therington Smith. And I think all of that should be factored. And I would never want to put any of that on a slide or ask administration to put that on a slide, because regardless of what we decide, administration has to work with this firm. And Ms. Nichols, that's right. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I had a couple questions, but it'll wait till the interview, should there be one.
I don't have any, Ms. Chavez.
Just a quick question. So let me clarify this. There were references done.
Yes, I called references today at the request of Ms. Umstead.
Can we get the information that was provided during the references?
Someone else can do that in the future and call those people.
I'm sorry,
provide them.
what?
Somebody else can call and provide them. If you'd asked me for them before now, I would have provided them. If you wanted to have this conversation, I would have provided them. I can provide them in the future after the interview.
We're one board and somebody
let
did
me-
references.
I got
Go
it.
ahead.
I think this all speaks to process, which is the question that we've been wrestling with a lot this year. And I think about processes, and I take accountability too for like not talking about this earlier. I think we probably should have more of a board discussion around what does it look like to hire a board attorney? What does the attorney do? What are we looking for? What questions do we want to have in our interview? What's on our rubric, right? And then from the interview, how do we use those questions to ask for references? We get together with a collective reference questions. They're called, and we all get the information. I think one of the things that was missing in this process, which I want also to say thank you to everyone who participated in the process. And I know you all both participated in the interviews, but there wasn't a like transfer of all the information. And I think, we try and we mess up and we fail and we do it again. It's what we teach our kids, right? If you don't do it right the first time, we gotta keep doing it so we can get it right. So thank you all for sitting in those interviews. Thank you to administration. I know that also took a lot of time. Ms. Nichols, thank you for spending all your Tuesday evening with us. But what I hear is we need to talk about the process. And so what does it look like for us to talk about a process that we all feel like we can participate in and we all have information in, which means that some of us might get some of the things we want and some of us might not, but like we all collectively say we agree to what we're moving forward. And it sounds like that at least includes an interview, but we probably need to have more discussion around the questions and what we're looking for and that kind of thing. Ms. Chavez.
So, yes, absolutely. And I think there is, I would definitely want us to interview the two candidates, but also we need to discuss what is shared information. The board needs
I'm
information.
happy to share. I can put it in writing.
Okay, the board needs information to make decisions. And I expected that there would be more information. And that's where I realized we didn't discuss ahead of time what kind of information we were asking for. And so that's part of the process too. So live and learn, we're here. We had a lot going on. But I think now we can correct it and, so yeah, go ahead.
I'd also note that there's no reference list for Therington. That we would need that if we're gonna do references for both, unless you don't want references for Therington.
It sounds like we need to.
It is actually in their submission. The packet for Therington that was provided to the board, it's in there.
Their references.
So
are
yes.
in there. Okay, thank you for that correction. That feels important. So I would propose as next steps, if maybe, if there are volunteer board members that want to develop a process that we can all look at before our June 26th meeting, agree to what that process is, and then we move forward. And the process we'll have to include a timeline, and it might include resubmitting of materials. There's an ask too. We would like both firms to come back and participate in that process, but we'd have to think that through. Are there any volunteers that be interested in thinking about that? I'm happy to help do it, but I don't need to do it on my own. Ms. Harold Goff.
I would volunteer to help with that. At the same time, just laughing to myself. It seems so complex, but I do feel that it's important. So I would be willing to participate in that process. I also appreciate the process that administration has already been through and the recommendation that they're lifting up. So my questions were only about, clarifying why they came to their recommendation. That I really want to understand that in this process. But we'd be willing to support it for the clarity of the board.
Ms. Chavez.
I will also be part of that. Looks like the what are we, the state legislative agenda people, my dream team might be back. I just don't want to take the lead. So thank you.
Just want to add, to address your question, Board Member Goff, the rationale for the why of the recommendation on point of scroll is the bullet points that are in the PowerPoint. But if there are questions, if we want us to go deeper in those, we're more than happy to do so.
Yeah, it was I put it in I was looking at the questions that we submitted and looking at the responses. So yeah, it was just a deeper understanding. And when I did look down and I was trying to just have those things stated publicly, and I know we're trying to move quickly. So they were asking what would I need to see? I just wanted to bring as much of that discussion public as I could for clarity as to why we would be making such a big shift after having been with Barrington Smith for so many years, and then why now? So that's where that question came from. You know, and the center of it was also just really wanting to respect the work that had been done in that process from administration to do all of that. The timeline shows that it wasn't a quick decision, and a lot of effort and, research went into that. I will be completely transparent and say that some things had come that I had not completely reviewed that came earlier, and it's a lot of material. So that's where that came from.
I'll also add, I know Dr. Giovanni probably went through this pretty fast, but the impetus also was just around best practices and adherence to Board Policy 6450 and what's in our strategic plan. Similarly, we're out for bid for banking service, we're out for bid for benefits service, maybe nursing. So it's just good business practice to frequently shop around.
Ms. Byer.
I appreciate all of the work that colleagues have put into this already, and the three of y'all that have agreed to continue us moving us forward. I just wanted, for clarity, just we do have a contract in place. Is there a June 30th deadline, or is there time to schedule these interviews and things? I mean, we have a contract in place that will that has an extension.
Our contract it just rolls 30 days at a time, and it can be terminated by the board with 30 days notice, but it doesn't otherwise have an end date in it. I will say that I think our contract otherwise is set to go up $5 an hour on July 1. We will gladly hold off on any rate increases or any of that while the board sorts this out. Actually, I think our proposal was not to go up on our rates anyway. So, but yeah, no, there's no magic in June 30th as it relates to our contract.
Thank you.
I think we'll probably want a process that parallels somewhat what the administration also went through. I think it's so that the board also has the same amount of information and collectively can feel really good about our decision. So this was for action, but I hear no action, so we don't need to do anything else moving forward. We don't have, there's no action to take.
So Dr. Lewis, I just want to get some clarity. Several board members kind of asked some additional questions, like Mr. Tab asked if the internet had an opportunity to do some of these things. So I guess we'll just kind of defer on responding until the board group reaches back out to administration on our assessment, I guess in more detail. I think Ms. Harold Goff, for example, wanted some more detail on why Pointer Spruill rose to the top for cabinet over Tharrington on various things. So we'll just wait until we hear from you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Ms. Carter, I apologize.
Well, thank you so much. What that just made me think of is, do we want as not to put more work on this group that's generously dedicating their time to working on a process and timeline? But I'm wondering if as part of that, you might consider, or we could as a board consider compiling some questions that we have for administration, and then compiling some questions that we might have for the firms for the interview process. So both of those, because it seems like in order to feel ready to move forward on a decision and feel really good about it, we might need both of that.
I think that's right. I'm interested to talk to this trio about how we organize that. So yes. All right. Any other discussion on this? All right. Again, Ms. Nichols, thank you. I really appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is the policy committee policy. Yeah, back, Dr. Giovanni, I don't know if you want to go back to the podium.
If we could pull the slides up, please. This is a new policy 2231 Policy Committee. Administration presents this new policy for first reading. Next slide, please. Just so that those who are unaware, the board did form an ad hoc committee to discuss the formation or potential formation of a policy committee. And out of that, I believe it was a committee of the whole. I believe there were 4 meetings total. And this draft was produced from those ad hoc committee meetings. The purpose of this policy is to formally establish the structure and function of a Durham Public Schools Board of Education Board Policy Committee, ensuring a clear and consistent process for policy development and oversight aligned with good board governance. The purpose is further outlined in the policy, and that is stated to serve as an open public body that develops, reviews, and revises district policies. It emphasizes collaboration with the superintendent, students, community, and staff, and ensures that recommendations are prioritized in an objective and clear fashion, and provides a process for addressing board policy in a consistent, uniform, and transparent manner. Next slide, please. The proposed new policy defines the committee's responsibilities. These responsibilities include reviewing all policy requests for new policies and requests for amendments to existing policies. It also sets forth the manner in which the committee can request drafts from the superintendent or his designee, and also how it reports back to the board after these committee meetings, and further maintaining transparency and accountability in the board policy process. Next slide, please. The policy also sets forth the membership in the committee. Those guidelines are clearly defined. The committee must have an odd number of members with a minimum of 3, and they will be appointed annually in August. And again, this is just a high-level overview. The detailed track changes policy of it is posted in board docs. The superintendent will serve as an ex officio member, while non-members of the committee may also participate in discussions. They only are allowed to vote if a quorum is not present. Next slide, please. The draft new policy also outlines how policy review requests are submitted and prioritized. Prioritization is based on alignment with district goals, legal and compliance needs, urgency, feasibility, and as well as a regular circadian review cycle for board policies. This ensures that the board committee's work remains focused as well as strategic. Next slide, please. That concludes the slides. And as I indicated previously, this policy draft is the result of multiple meetings of the board's ad hoc committee as a whole. And I therefore defer to this board on how it wishes to proceed in discussing the submitted draft.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. This was developed by the ad hoc committee of the whole of the board. So there's been a lot of discussion between us about this. Any questions or comments from board colleagues? This is here for a first reading. I think Ms. Carter Alton and then Ms. Chavez.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, so I have two main things. One, well, thank you for this work, for getting this together. We are close. I would like us to include in 3B a minimum number of meetings per month, like 1 per month at least. And also just have a way to add meetings if needed. the theme of my comments is I don't want to commit to things at the beginning of the year that may need to be changed. So, just something about being flexible, in that. And also, I would say the committee should meet like a minimum of once a month. And then with section 4, I think we should push the dates when people submit things, getting late, submit items back. I think July 15th is not super reasonable because that is generally a vacation month. And for if it's staff, particularly people who are on the sort of academic calendar, I would not expect them to be, working on a deadline of July 15th. So I would suggest for that we ask for submissions by the end of August for both board and community staff and students. Secondly, okay, sorry. It's too late. This is like point 2 A and B. This is B. But maybe it doesn't matter. Anyway, my other point is I would just like us to clarify a way that people can submit policy ideas, or modifications during the year. And I feel like that's really important because things come up. The political landscape of the US changes and you want new policies. Meet and confer came to us in February. It would have just missed the January mark last year. So how can we, and different groups come with things at different times. So I'm okay with having a structure, but also just want to leave, leave it a bit porous so that we can get new ideas coming in, and it's not kind of a strict, you didn't get on the conveyor belt in August, so you can't get on for this year. So I'll look forward to seeing if other people, how other people
Ask
feel.
clarification, don't you read that last chunk about January is where there's another review point halfway through the year?
I
Is
do
that
see
how
that,
you-
but I don't think it's enough. I think that maybe quarterly reviews would be appropriate, or just having another way for people to submit items throughout the year without it totally throwing off the whole sort of prioritization list from the beginning of the year. But I don't think twice a year is sufficient for the policy ideas to come to this committee.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Carter. Do you
I
have
have a
a,
clarifying question for
um,
Ms. Chavez.
Ms. Carter, do you have a response to her or you have something separate?
I do have a suggestion related to that.
Let me go her
issue.
and then, because she was originally in the queue and then Ms. Carter.
My suggestion is, well, I'm interested in something similar. Like I want some clear timeline and a clear process, but with some flexibility. I noticed that in the policy, it already states, and new policy recommendations received after the above deadline. So there's already some room for that, but it's not really explicit how that would happen. And so I'm wondering if, in addition to pushing the deadlines back, I'm also in favor of that. It felt like July was too early. If they're softer, meaning that like that's the time that we are requesting that recommendations come, but they'll be received on a rolling basis and prioritized as possible. But those that are received by the deadline are the ones that are going to get in the queue first. But like anybody can submit at any point, which is what's already in the policy again. But just to make it more explicit. So there's a structure, but there's room for the policies to be coming in. And we try that out and see if that provides enough structure with enough flexibility built into it. I have other comments, but I could stop there, if if Chair Rogers, you want to comment on that.
Um, I'm interested in exploring that process more also. I'm in agreement with moving the deadline. The July 15th feels early. Ms. Chavez, in your number one point, a minimum of meetings per month and a way to add more meetings as needed. Can you give a little bit more about that? You said you hate to commit to something. So, and when you say commit, you mean you don't want to lock in the committee to lock in to too few meetings or too many?
I think that's my main concern is too few, because if you have too many, you can cancel one. But if you have too few, um, yeah, I'm just concerned that, then things get backed up because there are a lot of policies that people want to work on. And I don't think they should meet like every week or something, but I don't, I'd rather have like the space available for the meetings or a minimum expectation. Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So another one of the comments or concerns that I had was related to that also. I was thinking that where it says regular cadence of meetings, that does feel really, really loose. I was hoping to add something like no less frequently than quarterly. Might be okay with monthly, but I was just thinking like something to make sure that it just keeps moving, or it could be like setting a minimum number of meetings per year or a max amount of time they'd go without meeting. That wasn't, because it's a policy and it's going to be codified into perpetuity. We don't want to make it too frequent, but we want to provide some protection. So anyhow, my idea was quarterly, to just put something in there that was a little bit tighter than regular cadence of meetings. And then my other questions were, would you mind pulling up the policy, please, so that I could reference some language, Ms. Smith? I'm looking at the section on assignment of committee members. 3A. So assignment of committee members, and there's a clause in there that says with the approval of the board. And I was wondering if that we mean voted on by the full board, and is that implicit in that language, or does it need to be? This might be a question for attorney or. So I think we need the actual policy. Oh, thank you. Sorry, no rush.
It was intended to mean that the board would vote to approve the members. That's what I thought we discussed in the ad hoc committee.
That's what feels comfortable to me. And as I was reading it again, I was just wondering if that is implicit in that language with approval of the board. And if it is, then that sounds good to me. And then I was wondering, what does it mean when it says the board chair may be appointed as a voting member of the policy committee? Like, who would appoint them? But it doesn't, I guess it would feel better if that were more explicit in there, because right now it just says the board chair may be appointed as a voting member of the policy committee, which is something I'm totally comfortable with. I just wanted to be clear on like who would do
With the
that.
approval of the board approval.
Could we zoom this one? Because that's a different sentence, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the full board is voting on the members of the board, if the chair is included in that group, that's who the board's approving.
I feel like there was a reason why we put it in there explicitly, and maybe it was because the committee had its own chair and the name that the board chair could also be a part of it, but the board chair could be on the committee but not be the chair of the committee. Was that why we put it up there?
It was
And not be ex officio.
Well, yeah, so the reason that it says the superintendent would be ex officio is because that doesn't appear in your policy otherwise, that the superintendent would be, but it does say in your other part of your policy that the board chair shall be an ex officio member of every committee. So this language was intended to allow the board chair to actually be a member of the committee, a voting member of the committee.
Okay, so we're thinking that because it says with approval of the board, and by that we mean a vote of the board, then it is implied that the appointment of the chair as a voting member would also happen in the same way. If everybody else is clear on that, it just was a question that came up for me as I was reading it that I just want, because we've had questions about interpreting policy, just want to make sure it's very clear in the policy. That's all I got.
Other comments, Ms. Harold?
I didn't question that before. So it's the committee, the policy committee is who is appointing the board chair to be a voting member?
I think it's if the board, like, let's say we're taking nominations and Ms. Rogers said, I want to be on the committee as well as you and Ms. Byer, then we would say, yes, the board chair can be on it. But because in another policy, it says that board chairs who serve on committees are ex officio, this names explicitly that the board chair could vote in that meeting and not just be an ex officio member.
All right, so it has nothing to do with the chair, with anybody, it's just inherently making it so that the board chair can vote.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my confusion too. Okay.
I said, that's my interpretation of what Mr. Malone said.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So the board chair appoints the people to the committee, but the way you discuss it in the ad hoc committee is that then the board would actually vote to approve the appointments by the board chair, is what you said during the ad hoc committee.
So instead of maybe, it's will be,
Only if the board chair wants to,
only if the board chair wants to.
and the board
That's why it's
approves
maybe.
it. And the board approves them as part of the member of the committee that they're approving.
Okay.
I mean, why would you say no?
As long as the lawyers can interpret it, I'm fine.
Ms. Byer?
I don't have strong edits. I think we made a good start. I think if folks need a regular cadence of meetings, I would suggest monthly rather than quarterly, or at least monthly, adding that language in there where Ms. Chavez liked it there, if that's enough for her. But I mean, I think this is great start. I like the Umstead amendment that is there, that is kind of a way to kind of keep working through this. And I don't see anything that prevents this group from calling more meetings if needed to work on a cell phone policy or whatever, or calling multiple long meetings, right? Adding meetings. I think that's implied there. So I hope it has the flexibility that we need and the regularity, but I appreciate the edits folks have suggested. Yeah, it's exciting.
Mr. Tab?
Oh, good. Everybody asked everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Rogers? Okay, so there is a question. There's a couple things have been brought up around moving the dates. Can you say when you wanted to move the dates to, Ms. Chavez? Because I heard up and I heard down. Or
I'm writing up my suggested revisions, but the dates, August 31st.
for
Policy recommendations.
for policy recommendation, because there's two dates in there. It's July 15th and there was an August date that the board would have approved the recommendations. So if we, or it would have approved the priority list.
My suggestion is to change July 15th to July 15th to August 31st. To change July 15th to August 31st as well. And then where it says at the end of the second paragraph, September work session, change that to September monthly board meeting.
We are in section 4 to have all suggest be in by August 31st. That's what you, right? All,
Yeah.
like, That's what you stated.
Yeah, change August 15th and July 15th, both to
August 31st.
Mhm.
And to move the date back to the September big board meeting. I use big board meeting, that's not the right term, but
Monthly
board
board
meeting.
meeting?
Got it, monthly board meeting, you're right. Okay,
Four.
I
section
see
four.
Ms. Carter Otten, I see Ms. Byer.
I would be okay with that, but it does feel a little ambitious. And I was thinking maybe September. I know we have a lot of work to do, but August 30th, we're still just kind of getting rolling in the school year. So I was thinking September, and then by the October work session, the priority list is ready to submit to the board for approval. But
All right, so I hear August, September, and then I heard, September, October, is that, or August and October? Is that right, Ms. Carter Otten?
September, like move it. I think that Ms. Chavez said by August 30th, and then for review at September board meeting. And I said by September 15th for review at the October work session.
All right, Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I'm just kind of back to why we were in August and July to begin with, because we want this work to get started. And if you push back to, I don't remember what y'all just said, but then you get in the fall, you only really get October, November to work. You're mostly out for winter break. Boop. You get a little piece of January, February, then you have a spring break somewhere come. I mean, this is the academic calendar we're working, and I know there's so much, and it took us four meetings to get this draft with legal help. So I don't know why that's cracking me up so much right now, but it's got to get work moving. I mean, both and.
Mr. Tab or Ms. Harold Goff, do y'all have thoughts on the dates?
I like the first suggestion for August 31st. 30 days at September. Yeah, August. I like the first suggestion.
August
for
and
both in
September.
August, yeah. August and September.
Fine.
I'm a little concerned about August and September just because of the ability to get the work done. And I worry that by the time you prioritize your list, you only have time for one thing, especially if the policy committee meeting is meeting once a month. I assume they're gonna meet more than that, but it just feels like you're not gonna that's my thought. My other thought was that we talked about keeping like a form open all year. So that deadline is really just to say, by this deadline, we have all that information. Cause I think it's gonna take time to synthesize it and time for that committee to wrestle with where we're gonna use it. But the form could be open all year. So we're using that as a cutoff just to say, hey, by this date, this is where you get these priorities in. And we'll keep looking at that list all year long because we can revisit it in January. But I think, especially as we're working on a school calendar year, we might lose some momentum if we're not ready to go come August. And sorry, that's my last point. You can still add something if we needed to again throughout the year. But
What do you want?
I like the 15th. I apologize. I think that y'all's dates, your suggestions, it feels a little late for me. So I liked keeping the 15th in July. And I think it's even ambitious to say by September that we would have a clear priority list. I think it's gonna be ambitious.
It is going to be a mission, and we need to do the superintendent's evaluation around that time as well. So,
And the policy committee will be the group that's kind of wrestling with the priority list and bringing a recommendation to the board. This is just for first reading. We have outlined some edits, but I do think we need to clarify the date piece so we can give some direction on staff. A poll, okay.
I think I need clarification. Am I hearing you say, Ms. Umstead, that you like having the recommendations come in on the early side, like in July, but then bump the prioritization list till later?
I think ideally I'd like to keep them both at where they are. And I think I like keeping July because it might give whoever is on that policy committee some time to start even reading through what they get by then. And then August might more come in, you can read through what you get, and then you're taking that to the policy committee. And the policy committee could meet in July, honestly, at the last week of July, and start sorting through a list, and then could meet in August and start sorting through. I can't remember when we appoint the committee, but for this year. But I just think getting that list started is gonna be hard work.
We may get more explicit that that there will be policy recommendations received on a rolling basis, because right now it's kind of tucked in, like in lower sentence, like the second paragraph. So it's not clear that you can do that. And it says the prioritization will only happen in September and in January. So that's the one, so I hear what you're saying about like they can be received on a rolling basis. So why can't we prioritize earlier, but only if you can, if it really is the case that they can continue to be received, and if they're urgent, they can get popped up to the top of the.
I'm sorry, Mr. Malone, and then I saw your hand, Ms.
So
Fairclough.
one of the things that we discussed the other day was that any two board members could come to the board, and then the board could add it to the policy committee and could direct that it be added and taken immediately. So I think that the thought was that if there was something that was urgent that needed to get to the board that didn't make one of these deadlines, that the board itself with two members could direct it to the policy committee. So this was not the only way to get it to the policy committee.
I was going to say for me, the date is almost mute as to when that deadline would be. It could be any time, because I don't quite understand the cadence of, how everything is moving. So I would be okay with leaving it the way it was or making the change. But it feels to me that the cadence of how all this is going to work is something that we would work through as, as we see it, since it is a new policy and it would be a new process for us. So if I think we've talked about the various ways that we can, this is like kind of like it's almost like a guardrail for capacity, it feels like, of being able to receive recommendations for policy, for what policies to work on. But it doesn't seem like I am in understanding that it is not the only way, and that is kind of the built-in way that we can be bringing policy, as things come up, that flexibility that we need to be able to bring it. And so I'm fine with leaving the dates as they are, understanding that if right now, as the policy reads, I am reading that there are flexible ways to bring policy outside of what those dates are. The cadence of how these meetings happen and how that works with all of the other workflow of the board and administration is what I'm wrestling with now. And I think that's only something that we'll be able to feel once we are starting. And I also, thinking about capacity, and thinking about July is a rest period, and it takes dynamic rest to have dynamic activity. So I don't want to interrupt July too much with required meetings. So that's why I like the August date. And I also didn't understand why we had to have one for one and one for the other, why it couldn't be just one date.
That could happen. I will also say your comments make me think too, the more that we would add different dates for prioritization, that's a meeting that people are going to be prioritizing versus like working on a policy. So we should also just kind of hold those two things together. Okay, so let me see if we can try to do this date thing. Ms. Byer.
Since the hour is late, could Mr. Malone bring two options on the dates that he've heard kind of, and we could consider those more? Like we've kind of had two discrete things, and we could decide it when we're in.
We could. I think y'all might know now though. Do we want to wait and have two different dates, or we could? Ms. Chavez.
I'd like to take a little straw poll. And I just want to say, some people are dynamically resting until August 15th. And so
right.
Maybe after school starts.
It might be.
And some of our schools will be in session too, right, in July. So just holding that tension of all those different things.
They'll get their stuff in early, and that's great.
Yeah, I mean, because they can do it before they leave for the school year. So straw poll, there's leave the date as they are. I'm gonna use August 31st in September work session. all ideas are in September. Actually, let me back up. Do we want the same date for community and for staff?
Yes.
I see thumbs. So yes, okay, great. So we don't need 2 dates in the policy. Secondly, keep it, the first date is July 15th, August 15th, or August 31st.
And Jessica will
I'm sorry.
start out and one in September.
Okay, so let's start again. August 15th, September 15th, July 15th, August, September. Let's do that. July, August, September. What'd you say?
Okay, but I want August 31st, not August 15th.
Okay. August 31st, July 15th, August 31st, September. I'm gonna ask it individually if you can tell me which one you want. I'm just gonna start with you, Ms. Chavez, because I'm looking at you now.
August 31st.
All right.
You want us to just go down the row?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Mhm.
August 31st.
Which, the August 31st? Mr. Tab? Miss Carter Alton.
Agreed, because then traditional schools are in session. We could do a reminder out to all of our families at that point.
Miss Rogers.
I don't want an email about this on August 31st.
You won't get an email August 31st, so come before then.
I don't, yes.
All right.
So July 15th.
I also like July, but we're outvoted, so August it will be. August 31st. All right, so this is again for first read. We've made some recommendations on changes, Ms. Chavez.
I have 2 other suggested edits. No, I just have the wording. I'm happy to send them in. For 2B, I just want to say, or sorry, 3B, I would like to suggest that it just read, the policy committee will meet at least once a month. Period. Okay, and then my other suggestion is to,
Sorry, let's pause right there.
Okay.
Can I have folks, if you would like to see the policy read, policy committee will meet once a month. Give me a thumbs, at least once a month.
Instead of the regular cadence of meetings, which could be more often than once a month.
I see 3 thumbs up. So that wouldn't pass. That doesn't have majority, Ms. Chavez. And then your next edit.
my next edit is to add this sentence to 4, section 4, after the first 2 paragraphs. This sentence, additional policy recommendations, I'll send it in to you so you don't have to write it down. Additional policy recommendations may be submitted by board members, administration, community members, staff, or students throughout the year, either by emailing the policy committee chair or via an established online form.
Thumbs up if you want to see that added. I see 3 thumbs. I'm sorry, Ms. Chavez.
It's already in the policy. Can I just state, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Carter.
It says that, it says, I can't find it now. It's what I referenced a few times already. Oh, it's the last paragraph. The policy committee chair shall provide the board with an updated priority list, blah, 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 and new policy recommendations received after the above deadlines. So it's implying that policy recommendations can be received. What it doesn't do is it doesn't say when they'll be prioritized. And the policy does outline the prioritization timeline, which is, it looks like twice a year is what it says currently. So it says they can be received, but there's I mean, I like the more clear language that Ms. Chavez recommended because it is hidden down there in a way that nobody else had, or we didn't notice earlier. Just my preference.
Is
And
there any other, is there anyone that would like to change their thoughts on that?
Just what, well, I know we're trying to wrap this up. I can bring it back up next time.
You sure can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just
This
want to
is
know
here
y'all's
for a first reading.
opposition to adding some clarity.
Here for a first reading, so I'm happy to take a motion if you're willing, if that's
Sure.
okay.
I'll make a motion
All
to
right.
approve this policy for first read.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Mr. Tab. Ms. Carter, do you have additional discussion?
I do, just very briefly. I thought I had heard Ms. Byer say earlier that she wanted monthly meetings. And so I was curious, I had interpreted that as being something that you had wanted in the policy. I had proposed something a little bit looser, which was quarterly, but said that it felt more comfortable, that rather than just saying regular cadence, it felt more comfortable to put something in there, but thinking. So I guess I was just curious to know before we move forward completely, Ms. Byer, if I misheard you or misinterpreted you.
No, I was trying to, I'm willing to reconsider all of these things when we look at this again fresh, but I also think that regular cadence lets you be more frequent if needed, and it lets you be whatever, and I tried to put in something at least monthly, but it's fine. I don't have strong opinions about this policy. I just want us to continue this, move this forward. So I don't want to beat the put up one side and the other.
Any other, Ms.
So Mr. Malone and I were just wanting some clarity. Are y'all saying 12 meetings a year? Just,
There was a discussion on whether we wanted to actually write in the cadence of meetings,
Mhm.
and there was not a majority that was interested in this time, but it might be discussed in the second reading.
so don't address frequency of meetings right now until we bring it back for second reading, and then we'll have, and then potentially a third reading. Right, okay, thank you.
The edit we are looking for tonight is to have the same date for both groups, and that date changed to August 31st. Can I also ask that when this comes back for a second read, that we can have an example of the form? That, because we talked about some type of form that people can submit requests to, and so I think if we could see that, it'd be helpful too. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. With that, it brings us to our summary of follow-up items. Can we get an email of our summary of follow-up items? Thank you so much. That's going to take us to closed session.
I move that we go to closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Mr. Tab. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. And with that, we are in closed session. Please be reminded to the public, we will not be live streaming after our closed session, but we will go back into open meeting and adjourn when we complete. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon.